Hogwarts, I am the power of purification. Chapter 1. Is this a foggy world? Or a magical world? Brain storage. In a rental house in Shanghai, a young man finally finished a manuscript after working all night. When he was about to reward himself, he suddenly felt dizzy. As soon as his hand touched the tissue, he felt weak all over and fell on the bed with a racing heartbeat. Ding! It is detected that the host's life is very miserable, and the salary is only 2,500. It's better to pick up garbage than to work hard. The host is taken to the fog to survive. Countdown 3.2.1. In the forest that is dark all year round, only a little green light appears from time to time. In the jungle that is shrouded in grey fog and miasma all year round, a little light lights up in a wooden house deep in the jungle. On the slightly messy bed, a handsome young man lay quietly. His tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, as if he was trying to wake up from a deep sleep. Finally, the boy slowly opened his eyes, but what appeared before his eyes was a completely unfamiliar scene. He looked around blankly, and his eyes finally fell on the fist-sized crystal ball beside the bed. This mysterious little ball emitted a faint and soft light, as eye-catching as the twinkling stars in the night sky. As his consciousness gradually became clearer, a wave of complicated memories came to his mind like a tide. The boy stared blankly with a look of astonishment on his face. What was that sound just now? Oh my God! Could it be that I really traveled through time? He muttered to himself in disbelief. Then, a series of questions followed. Where exactly is this place? Why has my body become so small? In extreme confusion and anxiety, the boy subconsciously reached out to pull his pants, wanting to confirm whether certain key parts were still normal. When he looked down and saw the familiar and reassuring presence, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was still as majestic and tall as ever. At this point, his heart, which had been hanging high, finally relaxed a little. Ding! Warning, warning, the host soul has illegally invaded the foggy world from another world. The world will has noticed it. Please take quick action to solve it, otherwise it will be erased by the world will. Countdown 60:59. System? I have a system too. Haha. What the hell? What do you mean by erasing? Erasing what? Illegal soul intrusion. 5453. Oh my God! As someone who has been immersed in Tomatoes novels for 2.5 years, I haven't even had enough of the 996 blessing that makes people love and hate it, and I am facing the fate of being ruthlessly wiped out? What is going on? The will of the world? And there is the mysterious invasion of souls from another world. Could it be that this place is just like the legendary primitive world, where the heavenly Deo will ruthlessly wipe out the demons from outside the domain just to steal the original power of this world? But, I'm just a person who has no ability to fight back and can only secretly give myself some small rewards occasionally. Woo woo woo, as time passed by, the tense atmosphere became more and more intense. 39, 38. The countdown sound kept echoing in the ears like a death warrant, making people feel creepy. System, come out quickly. Explain to me clearly, does the world's will really want to wipe me out? And not you? System, Luo Lin shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping to get a response and help from the system. However, the surroundings were still dead silent, with only the cold countdown sound, like a sword hanging over one's head, which could fall at any time. The system muttered to itself, this. Oh my, it seems that this year's host is not easily fooled. While pondering, it finally spoke. Host, you must know that this system is now closely connected with the host. Although this system may not belong to you alone, there is no doubt that you are the only one in this system. Hearing this, Luo Lin immediately flew into a rage and shouted with his eyes wide open, I don't care, hurry up and find a way to help me solve the problem, otherwise I will swear to heaven and report you to the higher UPS. Faced with such a tough attitude, the system couldn't help but panic a little, and hurriedly explained, I'm really sorry, host. Because I brought your soul into this mysterious foggy world before, I consumed a lot of precious original power of this system. So now, this system really has no ability to cover up the aura emanating from you. However, if you want to change this situation, it is not completely impossible, it just requires some special conditions. Unless what? Unless you swear to the will of this world and completely give up that identity from another world. The system sounded firmly. Time passed by minute, as if every second was filled with endless pressure. 25, 24. The countdown numbers kept decreasing, and the tense atmosphere became more and more intense. Finally, he couldn't help but yelled, "Okay, okay. How should I swear? Tell me quickly." At this time, the system responded, "The host only needs to swear." After hearing these instructions, Luo Lin put his hands together without hesitation, muttering to himself, "The most holy Jade Emperor, the great and merciful God of heaven, the supreme God of the mysterious sky." However, after a moment, there was still silence all around, and no changes occurred at all. Luo Lin's eyes widened, his face full of suspicion. What is going on? Why is there no response? System, are you lying to me? Facing Luo Lin's questioning, the system helplessly explained, "Host, this is the misty world, not the primitive world. Here, you only need to make an oath directly to the heavenly way between this world." "Oh oh oh!" Accompanied by loud shouts, Luo Lin held his head high and chest out, facing the sky with a solemn expression, and raised his hands above his head, as if he wanted to dedicate his soul and faith to the endless sky. His voice was passionate and firm, "God is above, I, rolling, swear to God. From now on, there will be no more rolling in the world, only rolling Gandalf will exist in the world. If God tells me to go east, I will never go west. If God tells me to go south, I will never go north." Just as he finished speaking, a dull roar suddenly came from the originally clear and cloudless sky, like the roar of an ancient beast, or the sound of chaos when the world was first created. The whole world was shocked, as if responding to Luo Lin's oath. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, everything was quiet, and only the muffled sound echoed between heaven and earth. At the same time, in a distant place, an ancient and mysterious castle stood quietly. This castle has gone through the vicissitudes of time and witnessed countless rise and fall. At this moment, in a secret room deep in the castle, a magical pen emitting a faint light quietly appeared. It seemed to have life, dancing lightly with the tip of the pen, slowly falling on a thick book, and writing the new name Lorraine Gandalf stroke by stroke. When the last stroke was completed, the pen disappeared as if it had never existed. However, the book exuded a strange aura, as if it was carrying some great mission. At this moment, the system voice sounded in Luo Lin's ears again, "Okay, host. This world has not yet developed the ability to think for itself, and only has a faint world consciousness. Don't lick it." "And, Luo Lin Gandalf? Is this really your name?" All right, Tongzi, you came out to make your own way in the world, and you have given yourself an identity. There's no need to be so shocked." "Humph, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Look, you actually brought me to this inexplicable foggy world. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? For example, the legendary novice gift pack for time travelers? Stop pretending to be stupid here and hand it over quickly. Otherwise, he. At this moment, a clear and pleasant ding sound was heard. "Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the survival crisis. I grant you the following 2 generous rewards. First, the power of natural affinity. Second, a first-level spiritual spring. The power of affinity with nature. People who possess this magical power can easily win the favor and love of all creatures close to nature, except those with ulterior motives and bad intentions. This spiritual spring is a spring that can move freely. According to rumors, deep under the spring, there is a dilapidated philosopher's stone. If you drink this spiritual spring water, not only can you significantly improve your physical fitness, but if you drink it for a long time, you will gradually improve your various attributes. How about it, isn't it amazing? Reward 2, free attribute points. Current host property value. Name, Gandalf Rolling. Level, 1. Strength, 4. Physique, 3. Agility, 4. Mental power, 7. Free attribute, 2. That's not right, Tongzi. This is the foggy world? Why are there Death Eaters, Voldemort and Albus Dumbledore in my mind's memories of the original owner? Are you sure this is the foggy world and not the Harry Potter world? System detection in progress. The system has detected an unknown system about to invade. The system is merging with it. Ding, fusion completed. Luo Lin left his family speechless. System capabilities. 1. The system can be combined with the first arrival sign and reward in the Harry Potter world. 2. The system can gather treasure chests after the host of this world hunts creatures and open them to get rewards. The treasure chest levels are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king treasure chests. 3. The host can upgrade the house by collecting house upgrade items. The currently bound upgrade house is the Dark Forest Cabin. My bean system, you are such a pit. You directly brought me from the foggy world to the Harry Potter world? The original owner is only 10 years old now. I wonder if he will receive the admission letter from Hogwarts when he turns 11. The original owner was an orphan, and his memory was hazy as if shrouded in fog. He was raised by a loyal house elf since he was a child. The original owner's father had extraordinary talent and was an excellent alchemist, while his mother showed amazing talent in potion making. Such outstanding parents naturally attracted the attention of the Death Eaters. Those evil people tried to force the original owner's parents to join Voldemort's evil camp, but the original owner's parents refused to obey, so they had no choice but to flee to this dark, deep, and sparsely populated dark forest and live in seclusion. This place seems to be isolated from the world. When they went out for the last time, in order to ensure their own safety, the original owner's parents did their best to cast an extremely powerful secret spell on the wooden house. However, this move consumed a lot of their magic power. What is heartbreaking is that despite taking sufficient precautions, misfortune still befell them. Shortly after they stepped out of the house, they encountered the Dark Lord on their way out and were eventually brutally murdered by Death Eaters. At this moment, the only house elf who accompanied the original owner in the house was out shopping for food. Time flies, and now it has been 10 years since Voldemort died tragically at the hands of the boy who survived the disaster, Harry Potter. When Llewellyn slowly finished reading these memories, an indescribable sadness surged into his heart like a tide. It was unbelievable that he had traveled through time inexplicably like this. He didn't know if he would have a chance to return to Blue Star, and whether his parents knew that he had been retaliated by 996. This is a completely unfamiliar world, but it is filled with the same sad atmosphere as my hometown. The original owner left quietly, and I took his place. Perhaps in a sense, he was finally reunited with his parents. As we all know, in the fantasy world of Harry Potter, the soul of a human being does not dissipate after death. Now, he has the foresight of the entire story, and with the help of the mysterious system, as long as he is not a so-called dumb, he can control the magical power of this world. Moreover, the world consciousness here is relatively weak. It seems that there are no real gods in the Harry Potter world. If I become strong enough and become the origin of all things, maybe I can really achieve the supreme Yuan-Shi fruition, and then transform into the eternal and immortal Yuan-Shi Tianwang who runs through the past, present and future and remains unchanged forever. By then, I will surely find a way to return to the original world. Today is January 1, 1990. The sun is shining brightly and the breeze is blowing gently. In this peaceful and tranquil scene, Llewellyn stood in the middle of the room, his eyes firmly set a grand flag. If I can succeed this time, I will be the worthy Roland. If I fail, I will still be Roland Gandalf. After saying this, the corners of Roland's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sly smile. Hee, how can we live without dreams? Maybe one day, these seemingly unattainable goals will miraculously become reality. Thinking of this, Llewellyn couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition in his heart. Now that the flag has been set, the next step is to take a good look at this house. Compared with the luxurious and exquisite houses on Blue Star, this one is too simple. It can even be said that it is comparable to Hagrid's small shabby room. I think it is because the original owner's parents left too hastily and did not leave many precious things. Time flies, and now it has been 10 years since they left. At this moment, there is only a broken fireplace, a narrow bed, a slightly old table and 3 rickety chairs in the house. In addition, there is a crystal ball that seems to be used for lighting. There are a few slightly broken suitcases placed beside the bed, as if telling the vicissitudes and hardships of the past. It's over. I don't know magic. I don't have a wand. My father passed away. My mother died early. I'm the only one left. I'm cute and handsome. I'm in a dark forest with miasma everywhere. Is this a good start? Chapter 2. Upgrading the cabin. Ding! It is detected that the host is living in the dark forest. However, the outside world is filled with a large amount of corrosive miasma, which is mercilessly eroding your residence. At this moment, the concealment magic cast by the house is about to run out of energy. If you do not take timely measures, it may pose a serious threat to your life safety. Please be sure to recharge it or upgrade the house as soon as possible to ensure safety. So how can we achieve charging? After some testing, it was found that the dazzling crystal ball in the house is the core of the entire magic circle. Please replenish it with enough energy as soon as possible. If you fail to do this, your life will be at great risk. Okay, let me try this spell, Balala energy. As the spell was chanted, there was no reaction from the surroundings. The system fell into a brief silence. Oh my, Tongzi, am I just a useless dud? Why can't I do anything at all? Rolling complained with a frustrated look on his face. That's not the case, host. Since you come from another world, the energy contained in your body is too thin. However, you can gradually increase your magic reserves by taking magical creatures, potions, and spiritual springs that are rich in powerful energy for a long time. After hearing this explanation, Luo Lin suddenly realized, so that's it. It seems that this time the charging task can only be completed by our house elf. How to check cabin upgrades? The host can just recite it silently in his heart. Current housing status: devastated wooden house. Repair required: stone 40, wood 40. Can be upgraded to a stone house. Oh my god, it's so hard for me to go out, and I need so many resources. Forget it, I might as well just lie down. Tongzi, where is my spiritual spring? Oh, by the way, I'm in this dark forest now, can I sign in? Host, rest assured, the spiritual spring is in the system backpack and can be taken out anytime and anywhere. After testing, it is found that you are currently in the dark forest. Do you want to sign in? Of course I have to sign it. Okay, signing you in. Congratulations on obtaining the power of purification. The power of purification can remove all dirt and unclean things, whether they are from the material level or the spiritual realm. Even the pollution of the soul and the negative effects brought by black magic can be gradually eliminated. Host, do you want to learn? Study. Successfully learned the power of purification level 1. He, since I have such powerful strength, shouldn't I be able to travel around as I please? Ha 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 ha. But, something seems to be wrong. I have neither a magic wand nor any suitable weapons, and it is foggy and hazy outside. If I were suddenly attacked by a ferocious beast, my life would be in danger. We still have to find a suitable place to properly place this spiritual spring. Speaking of which, isn't the broken philosopher's stone in this spiritual spring the legendary magic stone? Even though it is in tatters, it may still have the long-desired effect of immortality. When my magic power is strong enough, I will definitely explore it in depth. Well, as for this spiritual spring, let's put it outside the house for now. After all, there is nothing around here, so there is no need to worry about anyone disturbing or coveting it. After saying that, Luo Lin reached into his backpack and carefully took out a halo emitting mysterious light. Then he walked to the center of the yard, began to look around, and finally determined the next best position. Haha, God is really helping me. Look, this yard is facing due north, and due north corresponds to the kin position in the Bagua. As the saying goes, kin represents water, it is a perfect match for my spiritual spring. Luo Lin shook his wrist lightly, and the halo instantly flew out of his hand and fell to the ground like a meteor. Then, a magical scene happened. The originally flat land suddenly rose rapidly as if under a spell, and a crack appeared in it. In the blink of an eye, a uniquely shaped Kinkin Bagua well with a round inside and a square outside appeared before their eyes without any warning. Looking at this ancient well, he couldn't help but sigh, it is really a good domestic product. I wonder if there is a sign of Made in China engraved on the wellhead? Hehe. Before getting close to the wellhead, one can clearly see streams of snow-white, smoke-like mist gushing out of the well continuously. What is amazing is that the white mist seems to possess a mysterious power that can gradually disperse the miasma that permeates the surroundings. When this magical white mist touches the body, people immediately feel a sense of comfort all over the body, as if all the pores in the body are opened. The pleasure and comfort are simply indescribable in words. Wow, if I can drink this kind of spring water every day, wouldn't I be able to ascend to immortality right here? Luo Lin exclaimed, this isn't some kind of magic flow, it's clearly a cultivation flow. It's a pity that there aren't those legendary immortal spells here, otherwise who would want to learn that kind of magic? Luo Lin couldn't wait to try the taste of this magical well water. He was even more prepared to enjoy it. He muttered, "Today I will take a good bath here, and then have a sauna and massage service. This water can not only improve physical fitness, but also increase magic power reserves. Why not take it internally and externally and have a romantic couple's bath?" Haha. After saying that, he prepared a large basin and dived into the water. After a while, Luo Lin emerged from the water with a satisfied smile on his face. "Well, it tastes really good. The texture is soft and smooth, and it is indeed transparent inside and out. He. After saying that, he continued to immerse himself in the wonderful feeling. Suddenly, a little elf with big eyes and pointy ears appeared in the room. "My little master Dolly is back. Today I brought back potatoes and beef. Dolly, did you get out smoothly?" Rolling asked, his eyes fixed on the elf in front of him who was wearing a worn-out pillowcase as clothing. From deep in his memory, he knew that Dolly was the house elf in his family, but seeing it in person at this moment, the feeling was stronger than ever before. Although the impression in my mind was not deep, when this little guy appeared so vividly in front of me, an indescribable emotion still surged in my heart. The original owner had grown up with Dolly since childhood, and they had already established a deep bond like that of family members. This kind of feeling was not just based on physical dependence, but more on the spiritual connection. Even if I don't have much personal experience of this friendship, the warm and friendly feeling deep in my heart is always clear. "Yes, little master, everything is going well. Dolly will prepare dinner now." Dolly responded happily and turned to go to the kitchen. "Wait, Dolly!" He suddenly called out to it, staring at the dimming crystal ball in his hand, frowning slightly. "This secret spell seems to be running out of energy. Look at the brightness of this crystal ball, it has become extremely weak." Hearing this, Dolly stopped abruptly, her face full of regret. "Oh, it's all Dolly's fault. Dolly actually forgot to replenish the magic power of the crystal ball. I'm so sorry, little master." As she spoke, she began to hit her head against the hard ground repeatedly, as if she wanted to punish herself for her negligence. "Okay. Dolly, stop doing this. You've done a great job." This really scared Luo Lin. He was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. He was a good comrade who had received 9 years of compulsory education. How could he have seen such a scene? "Okay Dolly, just don't forget it." "But my little master, this crystal ball can no longer be injected with magic power. Dolly has been trying hard to find a new crystal ball full of magic power," Dolly said, blinking her big eyes. "I see. Well, Dolly, you go and make dinner first. After dinner, we will work together to repair this house. I have learned a spell recently. I only need to cast magic. This will make this room as solid as a rock, unbreakable." Luo Lin's eyes sparkled with confidence, his words were full of heroism, and his face revealed an arrogance that was difficult to conceal. Wow, the young master is really brave. Dolly has always believed that the young master is definitely not a dud without any magic power. Dolly was so excited that she couldn't help dancing, as if she had already foreseen the brand new and impregnable house in the future. Hearing this, Luo Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly and said to himself, "Alas, these little guys are always so innocent, but sometimes they are so cute. Okay, Dolly, go cook. I want to take a nice hot bath. As for the water for cooking, just use the water from this well. That is a precious gift given to us by Merlin. Hehe, anyway, no one will know where this well comes from. After all, in this magical world full of fantasy, what is impossible to happen?" After saying that, Rolling went back to take a bath, leaving Dolly happily running to the kitchen to start busying herself. "Thank you, Merlin, good little master. After a bubble bath, I feel refreshed. A feeling of comfort that makes the soul and body more compatible. It's amazing. What is the meaning of soft as a baby's skin and skin like cream? This king is really born with beauty, ha ha ha. Looking at the black water, this must be an illusion. How could this be on this king? It seems that this spring water contains magical powers beyond imagination. My body, which was originally so weak that it seemed like it would fall down with a gust of wind, has been significantly improved and enhanced without my noticing." I slowly turned around and walked towards the dining table, and found that lunch was ready. When my eyes fell on the dishes carefully placed on the plate, my brows knitted tightly involuntarily. A strange scene appeared before my eyes, one dish was made of mashed potatoes, the other was grilled steak, but there were still shocking traces of blood on it. Forget it, Dolly. Actually, I'm not that hungry right now. I'll leave all this food for you to enjoy. He said softly. How could that be, little master? Is it that the dishes cooked by Dolly don't suit your taste? If so, Dolly will cook them again immediately. Dolly asked hurriedly with an anxious look on her face. Dolly, I just happened to learn from a book that there are mouth-watering delicacies in that mysterious Oriental country. I want to taste those unique Chinese dishes, said Rolling. So that's it, little master. Dolly understood. When she was outside before, she occasionally heard some muggles mention that they praised Chinese food and claimed that it tasted extremely good. Since the young master is willing to give it a try, Dolly will definitely go all out and learn to make authentic Chinese food as soon as possible to satisfy the young master's wish. Dolly responded with a solemn promise. Okay, Dolly. Eat now. When you're done, let's go collect some materials to repair the cabin. We need to collect 40 pieces of wood and 40 pieces of stone. This is not an easy task. Don't worry, little master. Dolly will use magic to collect all the necessary supplies quickly. No, Dolly, I want to explore the dark forest. It mainly depends on whether chopping down trees will reveal a treasure chest. Hee. Bang bang as the trees fell one after another, there was still no treasure chest. Could it be that there would be no treasure chest when chopping down trees? Finally, when the 10th tree fell, a wooden treasure chest appeared under the tree. What's going on with the system? Didn't it say that the lowest treasure chest was bronze? Why is there a wooden box here? Host. The treasure chest is a transformation of the energy in the body of the killed object. The host cut down trees, but there is too little natural power in the trees, so only the lowest level wooden treasure chest can be produced. The wooden box can only produce some daily necessities, and there is a very small chance of magic props appearing. Wang Defa, it's all in vain. If I had known, I would have let Dolly do it. It's not working anymore. My magic power is almost used up. This purification power is too time-consuming. The miasma is too thick. The system put the treasure box into my backpack. I want to take it back and open it. Dolly. Dolly. My little master, here I come. A tree can produce 4 pieces of wood. I have exactly 40 pieces of wood. Have you collected all the stones? Okay, little master. Then let's go back. The following is the moment to witness the miracle. Wooden house system upgrade. Upgrade materials detected. Log cabin is being upgraded. As dazzling white light cascaded down like waterfalls, as if covering the entire world with a layer of mysterious and dazzling veil, the originally plain house began to undergo amazing changes. The piles of wood and hard stones were reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were under a spell. They were like a group of well-trained soldiers, following the command of some unknown force and arranging themselves in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, an exquisite and elegant 2-story wooden cottage appeared quietly in front of them, as if it had walked out of a fairy tale world. Every wooden board of this cottage was carefully carved, exuding a faint wood fragrance. The roof adopted a unique design, with smooth and natural lines, perfectly blending with the surrounding environment. Surrounding the cottage is a fence made of solid stones, which acts as a solid barrier to protect this peaceful little world. The fence is also carved with exquisite patterns, such as lifelike flowers, birds, insects, and fish, or ancient mysterious runes and spells, which make people fall in love with it. My little master, this is incredible. You must have been blessed by the great Merlin to have such magical powers. Dolly on the side was so excited that her face turned red, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Ha 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 ha, these are just some small tricks. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe there are more surprises waiting for us inside. Llewellyn smiled confidently and walked towards the cabin. His steps were firm and powerful, as if he was full of infinite expectations for the future. Chapter 3. MC Tool Bench. Dingmu House has been upgraded. The visible field of view of the wooden house has been extended to a diameter of 20 meters. Reward MC World Tool Station. Next level upgrade, Manor, required magic core unlimited attributes x20 glass x100 brick x. You can freely choose the construction style. The fog surrounding the cabin dissipated visibly. MC Tool Bench. Magic core? What are these Tongzi? System, hey! Are you surprised or not? This is the treasure I gathered in the previous world, which is a low-dimensional world. It seems to be a tool bench left behind by a brave man named Steve when he was exploring the Earth world. I borrowed it to use. As for the magic core, that's what I felt when I was integrating that unknown energy. All the magic creatures and magic plants in this world have their own sources of magic. The more powerful the magic creatures, the more magic cores will be converted from their bodies after they are killed. MC World? Steve? Are you sure you borrowed it? Didn't you steal it? Of course I know this tool bench, but this is the world of Harry Potter, can it be used here? Hehe, if you want to understand the system this way, there is no way I can help it. The system will produce high-quality products. The items made by this tool bench all have the capabilities of the MC world. Great! Isn't this a divine weapon? It seems that the greatest alchemist in this world besides Nico is about to be born. Llewellyn excitedly opened the tool table and looked at the various recipes inside. He found that he could make an axe with wood and stone, and this axe also had a special effect that could cut trees faster. He decided to make an axe first and then go to the forest to try it out. After making the axe, Llewellyn took it to the forest. He found a big tree, swung the axe hard, and the trunk fell down instantly. Llewellyn looked at the axe in his hand in surprise, and his heart was filled with joy. This is amazing! With this tool, it will be much more convenient for me to collect resources in the future. There is also a recipe for the enchantment table. Required for enchanting table crafting. 1 book, 4 obsidian, 2 high-level magic cores. Magic core required for enchantment. Tongzi, what is an advanced magic core? Llewellyn asked doubtfully. Host, in this strange world we live in, every magical creature has unique attributes. Just like the majestic hippogriff, it is a magical creature of XXX level, and naturally contains an intermediate magic core in its body. However, compared to this, the terrifying three-headed dog is even more terrifying, and is classified as an extremely dangerous magical creature of XXXXX. Because of this, it has a high-level magic core hidden inside its body. Hearing this, Llewellyn nodded in sudden realization, but then revealed a hint of helplessness. Well, in this case, it seems that I have to put the plan of the enchantment table aside for the time being. After all, I am a kind-hearted person and I cannot bear to hurt those innocent magical creatures. Of course, it is definitely not because I am afraid of being beaten. At this moment, there is no longer any annoying fog or miasma erosion or pollution around, so it is no longer a problem to grow some fresh and delicious vegetables and magical plants here. And you can also make some magical bone meal to speed up their growth. Haha, I have to say, I am really a rare genius. Ha ha ha. Gurgle gurgle. Are you hungry, little master? You've been chopping trees all afternoon. Dolly is going to make dinner now. No need, Dolly. I saw a dish called beef brisket with potatoes in a book. I said you should make it. My little master, you are so amazing. Dolly has never eaten such delicious food. This must be a gift from Merlin. After eating and drinking, it's time to unbox. Tongzi opened the treasure chest. With a creaking sound, the wooden chest opened and a grey robe was inside. As soon as his hand touched it, a piece of information disappeared into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the robes of Gandalf the Grey in Middle-earth. Middle-earth Gandalf the Grey looked at his robes that suddenly disappeared and fell into deep thought. What kind of evil magic was this? A burst of light covered his whole body and Gandalf the Grey also disappeared on the spot. Item: Gandalf's grey robe. Can reduce magic damage. Oh, how come this clothes is still warm? Never mind, I'll just put it on. It looks so big, but I didn't expect it to change with the body shape of the person wearing it. This is too humane. It is indeed a magic item. Ha 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 ha. I am indeed the chosen one. I actually got a magic item from a wooden treasure chest with such a small probability. Hee. Sleep, sleep, tomorrow will be another energetic day. Morning light. This sleep is so comfortable. The spiritual spring water must improve the quality of sleep. It seems that I have to take a bath in this spiritual spring every day. Dolly, have a butter bread and milk. Good little master. Dolly, did my father and mother leave anything behind? He asked expectantly, with a hint of desire and curiosity in his eyes. Dolly smiled and replied, "Of course, young master. Look, those are the 2 boxes beside the bed. They are enchanted with a traceless extension spell, so they can hold a lot of items without looking crowded. 10 years ago, when the master and the little master moved to this dark forest, they took out all the gold galleons from Gringotts and brought many precious magic books and magic notes from the 2 masters. They are really remarkable people. My dear little master, your parents are both famous alchemists and potion masters. Although we have used up some of the gold galleons over the years, the wealth left by the master is still considerable." Hearing this, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, and was filled with gratitude towards the parents he had never met. At the same time, he also noticed the box with the traceless extension charm, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Oh! The box with the traceless extension charm!" he murmured softly, as if he had discovered a mysterious treasure. He slowly approached the box, carefully stroking the delicate patterns on it, feeling the magical fluctuations contained in it. This seemingly ordinary box actually hid endless possibilities and secrets waiting for him to explore. Luo Lin walked to the bedside and looked at the 2 ordinary boxes. "So this is the most valuable treasure chest in the dark forest. Hehe, then I am the guardian boss. Is this a suitcase made of crocodile skin? Or dragon skin? It's obviously worth a lot of money. But compared to it, Newt Scamander's suitcase is really lame. I heard that there is a very vast world in his suitcase. And I used a lot of traceless extension spells and weather spells. It's like a small world. Not only can people live here, but there are also many magical creatures. I must see them when I have the chance." With a crisp click sound, the tightly closed suitcase slowly opened, as if a mysterious door was gently pushed open. In an instant, a ray of dazzling golden light shot out from the suitcase, like a bright golden sun, dazzling the eyes. Looking closely, I saw that the suitcase was filled with golden galleons. The stacks and strings of gold coins gleaming with an attractive luster seemed to tell people about the wealth and power they represented. Looking at the mountain of gold galleons in front of him, someone couldn't help but drool, thinking secretly in his heart, "So many gold galleons. You know, the purchasing power of these gold galleons at this moment is really not small. Think about it, the Weasley family can support a large family with the hard work of Ron Weasley's father alone. It can be seen that the most profitable business in the wizarding world is potions and alchemy supplies." Looking at the other box, there were some yellowed magic notes and several old and heavy magic books. Could this be the legendary family history book? So that's why I have no impression of the family history books the original owner's parents left him when he was just born. Hey, this is really a good start. Maybe I really could be a descendant of the 28 sacred families. Thinking of this, someone couldn't help but be delighted, and couldn't wait to open those mysterious magic notes and explore the secrets hidden in them. When I opened the book, it was written, "A lion standing proudly in the desolate swamp, born to be a flame, with kindness and bravery that shines brighter than the sun, Godric Gryffindor." Gryffindor? A great and powerful melee mage. I can't help but feel sorry for the original owner. It turns out that this witch hunting movement, which lasted for nearly 300 years from the mid-16th century to the late 18th century and became increasingly fierce, plunged the entire wizarding world into great panic and chaos. The Gryffindor family, a well-known family in the wizarding world, this huge family that is hailed as a model and benchmark in the wizarding world, has become the target of everyone's attack at this time. Faced with such a dire situation, the Gryffindor family had no choice but to hide their once proud family name. From then on, they could only quietly change the records in the family history books to avoid the catastrophe that might lead to the extinction of the family. Luo Lin stared at the thick family history book in his hand with wide eyes and astonishment. His heart was like a storm and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He thought he was just an ordinary orphan, but at this moment, the truth before him woke him up. Gryffindor blood. This knowledge was like a flash of lightning across the night sky, illuminating the long-hidden desire deep in Rowling's heart. He knew very well that this meant that he had a potential for great power and endless courage. This innate talent is like a dormant seed, waiting to be awakened and bloom with dazzling light. Rowlington felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his heart, and a strong sense of mission burned like a raging fire. He secretly made up his mind to pass on the precious bloodline. The suitcase wasn't very big, but it had an area of 10 square meters. The bookshelf was filled with thick and ancient magic books, but most of the words written on them were magic words, which were really incomprehensible. Oh! I have to find a way to get a wand. I don't know if Ollivander will sell me a wand if I go to Diagon Alley without the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. After all, my body is only 10 years old now. Now that the cabin is no longer protected by the concealment spell, I always feel like something is watching me in the thick fog of the dark forest. If it weren't for Dolly's protection, I would feel really insecure. Chapter 4. Diagon Alley. Dolly, do you know what creatures are in this dark forest? Yes, little master. Dolly said solemnly. When the master came to the dark forest, I accompanied the master to visit here. This dark forest is very scary. We are now located at the northern edge of the dark forest. It is filled with a layer of strange fog all year round, and also emits poisonous miasma. They can effectively block the outside world's magical detection of this area, but at the same time they also pose a huge threat to intruders. Without special training or strong magical abilities, ordinary muggles will quickly lose their way once they step into here, and eventually become the nutrients of this forest. Going south from here, there is a mountain that towers into the clouds. It is an active volcano called Dragon's Breath Valley. The existence of this volcano makes people feel mysterious and fearful. It is said that there is a very ancient dragon sleeping inside the volcano, which has a history of more than 1,000 years. However, there are not many details about the legend of this dragon, no one has actually seen it, and no one knows what its name is. Many brave adventurers have tried to enter the Dragon's Breath Valley, but none of them have returned. This place is full of dangers and unknowns, which makes people stay away from it. Even those dark wizards who are good at dark magic will deliberately avoid it whenever they pass by this area and dare not approach it easily. There is a tribe of unicorns near the wooden house where the little master lives. They are very kind and always give Dolly some fruits. These fruits are not only delicious, but also contain rich energy, which can make Dolly stronger and smarter. Dolly knows that they will definitely like the little master, because the little master is also very kind. There is also a tribe of centaurs here. They are brave and strong, always protecting the unicorns from threats from other creatures. Whenever the unicorns are in danger, there will always be centaurs to appear in time to protect them from harm. Dolly believed that if the little master could become friends with these centaurs, then the little master would definitely be well protected. To the east of the dark forest, there is a mysterious and ancient snake tribe. These snake people are different from other races, they have a unique appearance and culture. However, although they coexist peacefully with other creatures, they are an intolerable existence to those evil wizards. In this world, there are always some malicious wizards who break into the dark forest, trying to find and hunt those kind unicorns and innocent snake people. These wizards coveted the unicorn's horn and tail to use in evil magic rituals, and the snake people became one of their targets because they contained precious magic. The snake people live under the protection of the tree people, and they have established a deep friendship with the tree people. As the guardian of this forest, the tree people have keen perception and can detect any invasion of outsiders in advance. When evil wizards step into the dark forest, the tree people are always the first to spot them and alert the snake people. The snake people are well aware of the dangers they face, so they are always vigilant. They train their warriors and learn how to use weapons and magic to protect themselves and their precious homes. Whenever a wizard attacks, the snake people will unite to resist the enemy together. There are also some bird snakes, and a monster dressed as a witch, hags. Her skin is rough like bark, her eyes are deep and bloodshot, her nose is long and curved, and her teeth are sharp and yellow. They are known for their ugly appearance and cruel behavior, and they always like to eat children's brains. Dolly only knows these, because the dark forest is too big, and there are many dangerous places that Dolly has not been to. However, no matter what, Dolly will do her best to protect the safety of her little master. Thank you, Dolly. However, this situation is extremely dangerous. There are always some insidious and cunning dark wizards who stare at these mysterious and strange creatures with eager eyes, trying to kill them all. Now, even though the wooden house has been upgraded, the concealment magic that was originally cast has disappeared without a trace due to the upgrade. In this case, if some wild beast that is unaware of the truth happens to approach the wooden house without knowing the truth, wouldn't it be seeking its own death? Although the dark and deep forest was filled with thick fog, which could effectively block the detection of magic, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be some evil and vicious magical creature that would rashly break into this place? If such a thing really happened, I would definitely be in great danger. Or I could just run away with the gold galleons. I vaguely remember that Voldemort seemed to be reborn during the Goblet of Fire. At this moment, it was 1990, and there were still several years before his resurrection. However, after next year, when Harry Potter returns to the magical world, those crazy Death Eaters will surely become more arrogant and unscrupulous. By then, the whole world outside will probably be plunged into a bloody storm, full of endless dangers and crises. Well, I'd better go to Diagon Alley first to see if I can find a wand that is perfect for me and can release magic. Of course, I can also find some magic books that cover the basic theories of magic and practical skills. This will definitely be of great help in improving my magical attainments. However, the books my parents left me were all written in obscure magic words, which were too old. Although they contained extremely powerful magic, with my current limited magic reserves, I was unable to control them. At the same time, perhaps we should also explore whether there are other kind-hearted magical creatures around us and try to establish close connections with them. In this way, we can work together to resist the malicious intrusion from dark wizards. By the way, maybe I can also check in and get some hidden mysterious treasure chests. Now that I have this magical power of natural affinity, I believe those gentle and lovely unicorns will definitely not reject a cute little handsome guy like me, right? Llewellyn fell into a silly smile like a fangirl. Dolly, why is the little master drooling? Nothing Dolly, I just thought of something happy. Do you know where Diagon Alley is? Of course, little master. Dolly can apparate you to Diagon Alley, Dolly promised, patting her chest. Okay, wait for me to bring the gold galleons and then we'll go. This may be a bad experience for the first time, little master. It's okay Dolly, let's go. Dolly put her hand on Roland's body, and the space twisted and the two appeared at the door of the leaky cauldron. As a retching sound was heard, Llewellyn's body twitched involuntarily, and he covered his mouth tightly, trying to stop the strong discomfort. His face turned pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of pain and confusion. Finally, he slowly came back to his senses, but the uncomfortable feeling was still with him. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. This is too uncomfortable. He muttered to himself, his voice a little hoarse. It was as if he was forced to pass through an extremely tight rubber tube, every inch of his skin felt the pressure and friction, and even breathing became difficult. After a while, Llewellyn gradually regained some strength. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around, and found that he had arrived in a dirty and narrow bar. My dear, are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. If I had known it would be so painful, I would have come here in a different way. Let's go, Dolly. The leaky cauldron was bustling with people, smoke, and a strong smell of alcohol in the air. The bar owner, Old Tom, was busy wiping his glasses when he caught a glimpse of two figures standing at the door. He looked up and saw a house elf and a little boy appear in front of him. Old Tom was not particularly curious about such a scene. In the wizarding world, families with house elves were usually wealthy and prominent wizard families. These young wizards often visit the leaky cauldron and then pass through the wall into Diagon Alley to buy school supplies or participate in other activities. Therefore, Old Tom is accustomed to such scenes. He continued to focus on the work in his hands and did not pay too much attention to the two new faces. After all, countless wizards passed by here every day and went to Diagon Alley. Some of them came to buy wands, books, or other magical items. Some of them come to communicate with other wizards, trade, or seek adventure opportunities. Old Tom has long been accustomed to this lively atmosphere, and he also knows that in this magical world, all kinds of wonderful things can happen at any time. Roland carefully walked around the counter of the leaky cauldron, through the crowd, and into a small, square patio. It was quieter here than outside, but there were still many people busy. As he walked, he looked around, feeling curious and nervous. Although he had watched Harry Potter countless times, experiencing this magical world in person still made him feel a little overwhelmed. Looking at the wizards passing by, they were wearing strange clothes, holding wands, chatting and laughing, which made Llewellyn feel a little socially anxious. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then continued to move forward according to the route he remembered. How did Dolly get into Diagon Alley? Well, you still have to play dumb when you need to. Otherwise, if the house elf finds out that you haven't left the cabin for 10 years, and suddenly becomes aware of it, I don't know if there will be any trouble. I can't wear the prophet's clothes again, it's really a mess. It's a waste of brain cells, I'd better play dumb. Hee hee. Old Tom looked at the little wizard who suddenly started to giggle, and couldn't help wondering, what's wrong with this kid? He frowned in confusion, trying to find some clues from his face. However, facing the little wizard's clueless smile, old Tom felt confused and bewildered. This strange phenomenon made him start to worry. He wondered whether the little wizard was affected by some magic or was simply lost in his own fantasy. So, old Tom decided to observe the little wizard's situation for a while longer. If this abnormal behavior continued, he would have to take action to ensure the little wizard's safety and health. After all, this was his duty as the guard at the entrance to Diagon Alley. My dear little master, just count 3 bricks up and 2 bricks horizontally on the wall of the trash can and tap the wall 3 times with your wand to open the entrance to Diagon Alley. But my dear little master doesn't have a wand, so let Dolly do it. The house elf used magic to gather a soft white light on his fingers and knocked on the wall 3 times. Then the wall slowly opened, revealing a narrow and dark passage. Rowling walked into the passage without hesitation. Dolly followed closely behind. After entering Diagon Alley, Rowling was stunned by the scene before him. The shops on both sides of the street were full of various strange magic items and gorgeous windows that made him dazzled. He looked around excitedly, full of curiosity about everything. By the way, the system checks in at Diagon Alley. Ding! Chapter 5. Ollivander. Ding! Diagon Alley check-in successful. Arkham Reward. Acorn Gem is also known as the Heart of the Mountain. It is a dazzling gem. It also contains very powerful magic, symbolizing power and wealth. In Middle-earth, whoever possesses the Arkenstone can rule all the dwarves. It can also be made into a wizard's scepter as a source of power, very close to the power of the earth. Damn it! Tongzi is sending me to Middle-earth. I'm going to inherit the family business. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my true identity. I actually have another identity, that of a dwarf prince. I'm sorry that I kept it a secret from you before. It was my fault. System. Host, this Arkan gem was obtained from a parallel world of Middle-earth that is about to be destroyed. Are you sure you want to go there? I didn't expect the wind in Diagon Alley to be so strong. Is that Ollivander's wand shop? System. When Rowling arrived at the door of the wand shop, he couldn't help but think of Ollivander's introduction. Mr. Ollivander had been the shop owner since the 20s at the latest, and remembered every wand he had sold. The Ollivanders are widely considered to be the best wand makers in Britain and some of the best in Europe. The Ollivanders have been in the wand business since 382 BC, although there are other wand makers in Britain. But most British wizards still buy their wands at Ollivanders, including almost all of the new students about to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in. The store was filled with the unique aroma of magic wands, and rows of shelves were filled with all kinds of magic wands. Ollivander saw Rowling come in and greeted him with a smile. Welcome, young wizard. Is there anything I can help you with? Rowling hesitated for a moment and took out the Arkenstone and handed it to Mr. Ollivander. I got this Arkenstone, it is said to have powerful magic. I want to know how to unleash its power. Rowling knew that Ollivander's family was one of the 28 pure bloods, and that they had been running the wand business for centuries, so their character must be good. Mr. Ollivander took the gem and examined it carefully. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is a very rare gem rich in the power of the earth, the Arkenstone. Yes, that's what it should be called. Look at the dazzling light. I think few people can possess it. This gem does contain great magical power, but to release its power, you need a special wand. Mr. Ollivander led Rowling to a display case and took out an ancient wand. This wand was brought back from the Far East by my ancestors. I heard it is a piece of lightning-struck wood that will not decay for 1,000 years. It contains the power of thunder and lightning, and the core of the staff is made of phoenix feathers, which gives it the power of rebirth from the ashes. It has a strong affinity with magic and can be combined with the Arkan gemstone. Llewellyn picked up the wand, and a strange feeling came over him. He waved the wand and felt the potential power. I feel its power. The Arkenstone was also attracted by it. When Rowling first touched the wand, the Arkenstone changed from the size of a fist to a more dazzling diamond and was inlaid at the end of the wand. The magic wand also felt the power of the earth on the gem. The moment it came into contact with the gem, it also underwent a transformation, from a pitch-black wand body to one that looked like the Milky Way in the sky. On the pitch-black surface, as if in the endless darkness, there are countless stars twinkling. They are intertwined with each other to form a beautiful galaxy, which makes people marvel. Mr. Ollivander nodded with satisfaction. This wand fits the Arcanstone perfectly. Now, you have a powerful wand, but remember, the power of magic needs to be used with caution. Please wave your wand again, little wizard. Llewellyn lightly touched the mysterious magic wand. In an instant, a faint but dazzling light burst out from the tip of the magic wand. The plants that were originally dying due to the severe cold and seemed to have lost all signs of life began to recover and grow at an astonishing speed. They were like being given new vitality, quickly spreading their green leaves, straightening their slender branches, and regaining vitality. It's just as expected. Ollivander couldn't help but praise, the phoenix tail feathers have been reborn after the baptism of fire, giving the lightning-struck wood a new life. Coupled with the great power of the earth contained in the Arcan gem, the two complement each other to create such a magical scene it can make all plants regain vitality. His eyes flashed with admiration and surprise. However, what shocked Rowling even more was that despite performing such magic, he himself did not notice any loss of strength in his body. On the contrary, he found that the magic power he used seemed to come from the dazzling Arcanstone. At this moment, he deeply realized that the real power of a wizard does not only depend on the wand in his hand, but also comes from his inner practice and growth. If you continue to rely too much on this extremely powerful wand for a long time, it will undoubtedly become an extremely foolish and dangerous choice. Facing this breathtaking scene, Rowling took a deep breath, turned to look at Ollivander beside him, and said sincerely, Mr. Ollivander, as you have seen with your own eyes, such a unique wand is probably rare in the entire wizarding world. For a fledgling wizard like me, it is inevitable to attract the covetousness of other people with ulterior motives. So, please keep this secret for me, thank you very much. In addition, I hope to choose a wand that suits me again, please help me. Rowling's tone was firm and sincere, revealing his deep trust and expectations for Ollivander. Yes, little wizard, protecting the privacy of guests is the professional ethics of the Ollivander family. Don't worry, according to the management agreement of the Ministry of Magic, each little wizard can only have one wand, so that Zongxi can supervise all underage little wizards who abuse magic. But yours is an exception. The wand just now should not have any Zongxi in it. After all, it is only with the integration of the Arcanstone that it can be considered to have been truly reborn. Of course, you can buy another wand. So, little wizard, are you used to using your left hand or your right hand? Oh! By the way, I didn't ask for your name before, little wizard. I remember all the families who bought wands from me, but I don't have any impression of a family with such a powerful bloodline. Could it be that there are many harassing blind people above my head? The Lovegood family always says so. It's my fault, Mr. Ollivander, Gandalf. Yes, sir, I am the only one left in my family. We don't go out often, and the name of our family is rarely known to the outside world. Oh, sorry, Mr. Rowling. Yes, many families suffered misfortune during the era of that mysterious man. Ollivander said as he pulled a measuring tape with silver markings from his pocket. I prefer to use my right hand. Raise your arms. Don't worry, Mr. Rowling. The proportions of the body will always make the magic in the wizard's body display different characteristics. Each Ollivander wand has a powerful magical substance, which is its essence. We usually use unicorn feathers, phoenix tail feathers and dragon hearts as the source of the magic power of the wand. They can better conduct the magic in the wizard's body. When I measured between my nostrils, I found that the tape measure was actually working by itself. Mr. Ollivander was moving between the shelves, busy selecting some long clips and carrying them down. Okay. The measuring tape slid to the ground and rolled up into a ball. Then Mr. Rowling, try this 9-inch long wand made of beechwood and dragon heart nerve. The wizard who owns it always has wisdom beyond his age. Reasonableness is its motto. It is rare to see the exquisiteness and artistry on other wands. Try waving it. I took the wand and waved it once, and Mr. Ollivander frowned. Yes, sometimes the wizard chooses the wand, and the wand always chooses its master. Try this one. It's made of ebony and unicorn feathers. It's 10.5 inches long. It's flexible and reliable. It's especially good in combat and transfiguration. It favors all wizards who have the courage to be themselves. Come on, try this one. Chapter 6. The Powerful Wand. Trying again and again did not make Ollivander feel bored. Instead, his eyes showed more and more excitement. A picky customer, but it doesn't matter, I think you can always find the most ideal, perfect and most suitable wand for you here. Mr. Rowling, wizards choose wands, and wands also choose wizards. It seems that I can no longer choose a wand for you, so please close your eyes and look for it carefully. Let your magic power resonate with the wands here. As soon as the words fell, Llewellyn's body radiated a faint white light, and the natural affinity power surrounded him, and the purification power also merged with it, making the faint white light shine even brighter. All of Ollivander's wands were trembling slightly, even the wands that had been tried were trembling in the same way. Soon, a scarlet wand with intricate patterns on its surface floated out from the shelf where the wands were placed and flew onto the table. Ollivander could not help but utter a sound of surprise. This was a wand he had not expected. The rod of this deep-sea coral is an amazing 9.5 inches long. It is like a treasure born from the mysterious deep sea. It exudes an indescribable charm. It is the manifestation of eternal wisdom. It also shows an incomparable noble temperament. Whoever approaches it will be attracted by its deep and charming colors, as if they can feel the endless power and mystery in the depths of the sea. However, the most eye-catching thing about this magic wand is its unique core. It is the overlord of the sea and does not belong to all magical creatures on land or in the sky. It is the master of the ocean, and the sea dragon's mind and spirit have powerful magic. This magical material gives this wand extraordinary magic. Legend has it that it can communicate with the ocean. Any dirty things that try to approach it will be repelled by its powerful magic and cannot touch it at all. The appearance of this deep-sea coral wand undoubtedly makes people full of expectations for the magical world. Come on, wave it, Mr. Rowling. Rowling took the wand and couldn't help but feel the blood rushing up all over his body. As soon as he raised the wand above his head and swung it up and down, it passed through the dusty air. A blue light burst out from it. The aurora on the top of the wand appeared like the aurora in the cold north, which made people indulge in it and their hearts became peaceful. Mr. Ollivander cried out, "Oh, wonderful, I have never seen anything like it. Mr. Rowling Gandalf, it is amazing that you have two such powerful wands. They seem to be the darlings of fate, destined to follow you and write glory together. As their master, you." It also showed unparalleled charm and strength. There is no doubt that your powerful bloodline will lead you to the road of glory and become a legend in the magic world. Here, I, Garrick Ollivander, on behalf of the Ollivander family, one of the 28 pure blood families with a long history, express my most sincere respect to you, and sincerely look forward to establishing a deep friendship with you. May we explore the mysteries of the magical world together, share each other's wisdom and experience, and let us build this friendship as the cornerstone. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Ollivander. Rowling bowed slightly to pay tribute to the most talented wand maker in the wizarding world. I, Rowling Gandalf, would like to establish a deep and lasting friendship with the Ollivander family with my sincere heart. Ollivander smiled slightly. Glad to hear you say that. The Ollivander family has always valued friendship and trust. Mr. Ollivander, just call me Rowling. How many gold galleons are these two wands worth? Yes, Llewellyn, at this moment, our friendship will become stronger and longer lasting. Thank you for valuing our friendship so much. I really shouldn't mention any fees, but every wand sold from the Ollivander family will be traded in gold galleons. The contractual connection between it and the maker is severed. From now on, this wand will belong to you alone. I understand, Mr. Ollivander. Rowling said with a smile, then let's complete the deal. Rowling took out a bag of heavy gold galleons and placed it on the table. Ollivander only took out 20 gold galleons and showed them to Rowling. This is the price of 2 wands. Rowling knew that the coral wand alone would not cost only 20 gold galleons, so he smiled and nodded to Ollivander, accepting this friendship in his heart. Mr. Ollivander pocketed the gold coins and handed me an exquisite wooden box. This is a special packaging box for the wand. Inside the box are some details that require special attention regarding the maintenance and use of the wand. Ollivander said seriously and attentively. Always remember that the magic wand is the most loyal and reliable friend for a witch. Only by treating it wholeheartedly can you stimulate its true power hidden deep inside. Llewellyn solemnly took the wooden box with both hands, and his heart was instantly filled with longing. Thank you very much, Mr. Ollivander. I shall treasure these two wands greatly. Holding the wand in his arms, Rowling left Ollivander's wand shop with a brisk pace. My little master, you are so great. Haha, remember to keep it a secret, Dolly. How about we go look for a magic bookstore next? No problem, little master. I know there is a place called Flourish and Blot's Magic Bookstore in Diagon Alley. Let Dolly lead you there. Soon, they arrived at the door of Flourish and Blot's. Rowling couldn't help but think to himself, could this be the place where Gilderoy Lockhart held his autograph session? A light book fragrance hits your nose when you enter the bookstore, making you feel relaxed and happy. The bookstore is filled with all kinds of books, from ancient magic books to the latest magic research results. These books emit a faint light, as if they themselves are a symbol of magic. There are indeed Gilderoy Lockhart's books, such as Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Getting Rid of Household Pests, Breaking with the Ghost, Traveling with Ghouls, Traveling with Trolls, Traveling with Vampires, and Wandering with Werewolves. There is undoubtedly gold content. Although he is a liar and a thief, it does not prevent these books from being well written. Adapted from the personal experiences of other wizards, you can question Lockhart's magic, but it is hard to say that he is not a rare writer. In the center of the bookstore there is a huge bookshelf, on which are placed some precious magic books. These books are locked in crystal cabinets and can only be opened with special authorization. It seems that these books record some powerful magic. Shopping here is like exploring a mysterious treasure trove, where every item may hide unexpected surprises. In a corner of Lihen bookstore, there is a special reading area. The layout here is very warm and provides comfortable seats for customers to rest and read. Hello, little wizard, how can I help you? The bookstore owner said gently when he saw Rowling. Yes, Gandalf. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Hello, Mr. Rowling. Just call me Mrs. Green. What book do you need? Okay, Mrs. Green, I'm new to magic. Do you have any recommendations? I also want some books with powerful defensive magic. Okay, Mr. Rowling, if you are looking for a beginner's magic book, I recommend Introduction to Magic and Compendium of Magic Spells. However, magic books with powerful defenses require drawing magic circles and engraving ancient magic patterns. As a young wizard, I do not recommend buying them. Thank you for your advice, Mrs. Green. Llewellyn nodded with a smile, I'll consider it. Rowling continued browsing in the bookstore, and a book titled Mastery of Magic Shield caught his attention. This book looks very interesting. Rowling picked up the book and flipped through a few pages. The content inside deeply attracted him. Chapter 7. Cherubulus. Okay, Mrs. Green. I think I'll take the 3 magic books. Thank you. Good choice, little Rowling. 3 gold galleons and 2 silver sickles in total. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Green. See you next time. When he was about to leave with the 3 books, Llewellyn was suddenly attracted by a slightly glowing book in the corner. The book lay there quietly, emitting a mysterious and attractive light. Llewellyn's eyes suddenly became confused, and his steps unconsciously walked towards the magic book. As Llewellyn took each step closer, the light of the book seemed to become brighter, as if it was calling out to him. He reached out his hand and gently touched the book. The light on the cover seemed to be responding to the touch of his fingers, flickering brighter and brighter. The next moment, the book opened automatically, and strange runes flickered on the pages. These runes seemed to have their own life, beating and releasing powerful magic. A mysterious force attracted Llewellyn tightly, and he couldn't help but turn the page. His eyes fell on a card on the page, which had an exquisite pattern drawn on it, and his fingers reached out to the card involuntarily. When he picked up the card, he felt a strong energy surge into his heart. His lips could not help but murmur a word, wind. Suddenly, a tornado blew out of the book, and the strong wind swept the whole room. Llewellyn's eyes were no longer confused. At the same time, a magic circle appeared under his feet. Oh my God! What is this? Where does such a strong wind come from? Rowling widened his eyes in shock, looking at the raging wind around him in disbelief. However, what is strange is that despite the howling wind, it seems to have consciousness and does not cause any damage to the books on the surrounding bookshelves. How did I get here? What is that thing in my hand? Could it be some evil black magic book that can confuse people's minds? Full of doubts and fear, Rowling stared at the mysterious book in his hand. At this moment, the wind around became stronger and stronger, the pages of the book began to flip wildly, and cards flew out of the book as if they were given life. These cards seemed to have the power to penetrate everything, easily passing through the surrounding objects and disappearing from sight in an instant. Why does this scene look so familiar? Could it be that this is the Book of Seals mentioned in card Captor Sakura? Thinking of this, Llewellyn's heart sank suddenly, and he was so nervous that he could hardly breathe. Mrs. Green on the side showed no reaction at all, as if she was completely unaware of the strange events happening here. Rowling unconsciously looked carefully at the magic book in his hand. When his eyes fell on the cover, he was surprised to find a majestic lion printed on it. At the same time, the book in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling light, and then a doll slowly emerged from the book and appeared in front of Rowling. Oh my god, this is actually the Book of Seals. Isn't this Kerubros? I'm screwed. I actually threw the book away. System, why did this sealed book suddenly appear here? Tell the truth, are you behind this? Llewellyn asked in disbelief, his eyes widened. Host, please don't misunderstand me. This is not the case. This book seems to be waiting for you here. It seems to have appeared here because it was attracted by your magic. After all, host, you are a person who has been recognized by the world consciousness. You can be said to be a child of destiny and possess a certain luck. Plus, with this system by your side, there will naturally be all kinds of coincidences surrounding you. The system explained quickly. Haha, you're quite good at talking, keep it up. I didn't expect you're quite good at flattering people. That does make sense. I remember that in card Captor Sakura, after Clow Reed died, he was reincarnated as a British transfer student named Elio, and then went to Japan to test Sakura. From this point of view, Colorado is very likely to have a deep connection with Britain. In this way, it is not difficult to understand why this sealed book appeared here. Rowling nodded thoughtfully, expressing his agreement. Konnichiwa. The sudden sound made Llewellyn's body stiffen, and he quickly looked at the rag doll flying in the air. Hello hello. Rowling said awkwardly. Hey? Isn't this Japan? Is this England? Clow Reed is so unreliable. Are you the new magician? Asked the doll in English. Well, if there is nothing wrong, it should be me. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Kerberos. I am the sealed beast of this sealed book. Kerberos said loudly and confidently. I am the contracted beast that was born to protect these Clow cards created by Clow Reed and prevent them from destroying them. Kerberos subconsciously looked at the Book of Seals in Rowling's hand. When he saw that the book was empty, his proud voice began to tremble. Where are the Clow cards? Where are the Clow cards? Llewellyn raised the Clow card in his hand awkwardly. You are talking about this, right? Ha ha ha, it's okay, I was scared to death, I thought all the Clow cards were gone. What a fool you are, where are the others, take them out. Let's complete the contract ceremony first. Kerberos subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his head. I was really scared. Actually. Xiao Ke looked at the sealed book in Llewellyn's hand and asked nervously, what is it? Suddenly, he had a bad feeling and said loudly, I'm just a small contracted beast. Don't give me any surprises. My little heart can't stand it. Llewellyn said helplessly, well, now there is only this one, the others were blown away by the wind. Xiao Ke covered his heart with his hands, and fell from mid-air with a clang, hitting the ground. Llewellyn explained in a panic, okay, Kerberos, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know why I was attracted by an inexplicable force and opened the sealed book involuntarily. Xiao Ke stared at Llewellyn and thought to himself, could it be that Colorado's fault again? He must have cast a spell on it. He's been dead for so many years, but he's still so cunning. How annoying. Kerberos remembered that he seemed to be affected by the sleeping card and didn't even sense the Clow card flying away, which made him feel a little annoyed. It seemed that Clow Reed was testing the new contractor. It's really hard to predict. Thinking of this, Kirubros immediately regained his spirits and flew to Luolin and said, "Okay. It seems that there will be some tests waiting for us next. You can call me Xiao Ke. What's your name, contractor?" "Okay, Xiao Ke, Luolin Gandalf, you can just call me Luolinier. This doesn't seem to be your home, where is your home? Let's go back and complete the contract ceremony. We also need to find those escaped Clow cards, they are very powerful, each card has powerful magic. They were created by a powerful magician named Kurolido. We must seal them." When Xiaoke said this, there seemed to be a light flashing in his eyes, and a sense of mission arose spontaneously. "Yes, Xiaoke, this is Diagon Alley where British wizards live and shop. I'm buying some magic books and daily necessities. There are also many delicious foods in Diagon Alley." "Delicious? Do you have dessert?" Xiaoke loves dessert the most. As Xiaoke said this, drooling couldn't help but flow from his mouth. "Of course, let's go." Rolling suddenly realized that despite all the noise he made here, Mrs. Green didn't react at all. "System, don't worry, host. This system has blocked all the movements and magical fluctuations just now. To outsiders, it seems that the host is just reading a book." Arrow. "Mrs. Green, please tell me how much this book costs in gold galleons." "Oh, little Rolling, it seems you have gained something again." "Let me see," said Mrs. Green, looking at the magic book in Rolling's hand. "I don't seem to remember there being such a magic book in the bookstore." "Then you can give me 1 gold galleon." Rolling breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Mrs. Green would pick it up and examine it. "Deal done. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Green, see you next time." "Have fun shopping, little Rolling, the little squirrel on your shoulder is so cute." Hearing this, Rolling couldn't help but quicken his pace and left Flourish and Blot's magic bookstore. "Little squirrel? Rolling, that Mrs. Green is talking about me, right? I am a mighty and majestic sealed beast, but if it weren't for the Clow cards running away, the magic in my body would be lost. If I can't restore my true form, I'll give her 2 big hoops." Xiaoke, let's go to Diagon Alley. I heard there's a very delicious ice cream shop here. I think you will like it." Even now in January, the cold winter has not dampened the wizard's enthusiasm for desserts, and Florine Fusco's ice cream is still very popular. A big chocolate ice cream with raspberries and crushed nuts. Chapter 8, A Brand New Wand. Luolin and Xiaoke were enjoying the delicious ice cream. At this moment, a figure in a black robe walked past them. Xiaoke raised his head alertly and watched the figure disappear into the crowd. "Xiaoke, what's wrong?" Luolin noticed that Xiaoke was abnormal. "That figure just now. I seemed to feel the breath of Clow Reed." Xiaoke frowned. "Colorido." Rolling became nervous. It seems that Elio is indeed in England. Rolling thought. "Not sure, but we have to be careful. Maybe he is here to find the remaining Clow cards." Whenever the seal of the Book of Seals is unsealed, descendants with the bloodline of Clow Reed will appear and seal it again, Xiaoke said seriously. Luolin nodded slightly to show his agreement, but he was secretly thinking in his heart, will it be Elio, or that Li Xiaolang from Hong Kong? Colorido's mother's family was indeed extraordinary. Not only did his mother inherit a powerful magic system, she was also an excellent fortune teller. In this way, this possibility seemed to become more and more certain. In just a few moves, he has already left a deep impression on people. His noble and elegant temperament is really enviable. At this moment, Xiaoke shouted anxiously, "Luolin, let's go back quickly. Only you can help us find and retrieve the Clow cards. Besides, we have to go back to hold the contract ceremony." Luolin looked embarrassed and responded hesitantly, Xiaoke, the situation is a bit tricky. The place where I live is quite special. Now even the protective magic of the house has failed. Therefore, I must find some items with magical protective functions again." After hearing this, Xiaoke patted his chest and said confidently, "Hey! How can this be a big deal? Don't forget, I am the guardian beast of the sealed book Kirubros. Back when I was with Clow Reed, I was very proficient in light magic arrays. With me here, there will be no problem." Xiaoke's tiny body exudes an unparalleled confidence, as if the whole world is under its control. A mere protective magic is too simple, ha 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 ha. Looking at Kirubros and his crazy laughter, if I hadn't seen card Captor Sakura, I would have almost believed what Rolling thought in his heart. However, at this stage, apart from those introductory spell books, there seems to be no other way. Well, let's just trust him this time. You know, Kulo Reed is definitely a great magician with extraordinary strength and awe-inspiring power. This person was able to create such a mysterious Clow card that could harness the power of nature. The magic contained in the cards is so profound that it might have surpassed that of the famous Albus Dumbledore. Who knows, Zyok, who seems to be always sleepy on weekdays, may actually have some special talents beyond ordinary people's imagination. Dolly! With a shout, suddenly, the surrounding space was filled with violent ripples and waves, and then a figure appeared out of thin air without any warning. It was Dolly. Could this be space magic? It's really amazing. This gifted elf actually relies on his extremely keen perception of the magical elements floating in the space of this world, and regards these elements as anchor points for positioning. Then, they cleverly transformed themselves into a powerful magic force, and through this strong attraction between them, they were able to achieve such lightning-fast teleportation. It was truly amazing. A genius idea, but wouldn't it really make people feel uncomfortable? But when performing such a magical space magic, you must be careful. If you lack magic power, or cannot accurately control the surging magic power in your body, the consequences will be disastrous. At the least, your limbs will be injured, and at the worst, your life will be in danger. Hearing that Xiao Ke actually understood the true meaning of apparition at a glance, Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this guy to be quite capable and not just sleep in all day. Hehe. Xiao Ke, you are really amazing. I wonder if the great wizard Claude Reed is also proficient in the art of apparition? This is my house elf, Dolly. It was Dolly who raised me. Dolly, come and meet him, this is Krubros. From now on, he will become a new member of our family, you can just call him Little Krubros. Wow, that's great, the little master has a new family member. Hello, Mr. Zyok, I'm Dolly. Hello, Dolly. But the teleportation magic performed by Clow Reed is much more powerful than this. You know, he relies on his own immense magic power to build a magic circle to achieve space teleportation. In comparison, this method is much more complicated, and it is also safer and more comfortable. Dolly, the space magic you are using, if someone blocks the magic elements emanating from the surroundings, then it will be impossible for it to escape. But the teleportation array is completely different, it is more like a kind of contract with space, this is what can be called real space magic. These words were like a flash of inspiration, which made Luo Lin suddenly enlightened. Then Zyok, can you teach me? That's no problem, after all, you are the new magic user. In fact, it is recorded in the Book of Seals, but the magic power contained in your body is too weak at the moment. But it doesn't matter, as long as you successfully retrieve a Clow card each time, the magic power in your body will gradually increase. Okay, let's go. Accompanied by a dazzling phantom flash, in the blink of an eye, 3 people appeared in a wooden house. Ugh, ugh. Luo Lin couldn't help but make a series of dry heaving sounds. Ha 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 ha. So what? I was right, right? You will definitely feel uncomfortable. Luo Lin looked at Xiao Ke resentfully, and Xiao Ke was also looking around. There is a mixture of foul and evil air outside, but this wooden house is really nice. I can sense a strong magical power in the air. It must be the well outside. The pure energy is so refreshing, as if you are in the embrace of nature, and the fresh air makes you intoxicated. Okay, let's get started, Luo Lin, you stand there. A magic circle appeared under Roland's feet. It was composed of the power of the sun and the moon, and powerful magic patterns appeared on it. The sealed book also slowly floated up. The key to this dark power, the one who made a contract with you is here, his name is Gandalf Roland. Please give him power. The seal is lifted. The sealed book floated in the air, and a key flew out from it, emitting light. As the seal was lifted, the light became stronger, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The sealed key also returned to its original appearance, a key that was 62 3/4 inches long, about meters. The wand is purple all over, and the top of the wand is shaped like a sun and a moon. It is obviously a powerful magical device. Roland, grab it. As the sealing key returned to its original state, its own magical fluctuations also made Roland feel a strong repulsive force. He blocked the white light with his hand and walked towards the sealing key step by step. At this moment, the coral wand and the arcane wand also sensed their master's urgency. Fen flew out from their sleeves, emitting light to help Luo Lin resist the repulsive force of the sealing key. Finally, Roland placed one hand on the wand. A light sound came from the wand, and Roland felt that the magic power in his body had been greatly enhanced. Great! The magician Kuro is born! Xiao Ke shouted excitedly, and at the same time, he couldn't help but admire that his new master was so lucky. He even had 2 magic wands that were not weaker than the sealing key. Just when Roland grabbed the seal key, it was also affected by the other 2 magic wands and transformed. The originally purple wand body now looked like a galaxy, with sparkling spots of light and ripples of waves appeared on the wand head. Xiao Ke also felt the recovery of the magic power in his body, which was the energy of the sea and the earth. He couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinariness of the 2 magic wands. Okay, Roland, take out the wind card from the sealed book and write your name on it. Then you can drive the power of the wind. It is one of the 4 powerful elemental cards in the Cloud card force. They are, Earth card, Water card, Fire card, and Wind card. If you can master the power of the wind, you will gain the authority of the wind. Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind? Why do they look so familiar? Luo Lin murmured in a low voice, frowning slightly, as if trying to recall something important. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, a flash of clarity flashed through his mind: Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind. Then, a long-forgotten memory came to his mind. He thought of the mysterious ancient world and the mighty Tongtian Patriarch. In that thrilling battle of the 10,000 immortals, Tongtian Patriarch was ultimately defeated. However, despite his amazing powers, he was ultimately unable to resist the fate and cried out to the heavens, "Since you gave me the name of Tongtian, why didn't you give me the power of Tongtian?" At that time, Tongtian Patriarch knew that although there were 50 great ways, only 49 of them remained. The Jijiao he founded was to seize that glimmer of hope. At this critical moment, Tongtian Patriarch was determined to break the rules and turn the world around in an unprecedented way, shattering the entire prehistoric world, refining earth, water, fire, and wind, and creating a brand new world. Thinking of this, Luo Lin could not help but feel a strong shock in his heart. He secretly speculated, could it be that the earth, water, fire, and wind are the cornerstones of the world? And the reason why these earth cards, water cards, fire cards, and wind cards are so powerful is that they have absorbed part of the 4 origins of the world. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable this idea seemed to Roland. He was amazed at Kulo's wisdom and strength, and how he could figure out such a profound secret. This kind of insight and creativity beyond ordinary people was truly amazing. However, Roland also knew clearly that all this was just his personal imagination. But even so, he still firmly believed that the existence of anything must have its own internal logic and reason. Perhaps, through continuous exploration and thinking, one day he will be able to uncover this mystery and truly understand the huge power hidden behind earth, water, fire, and wind. I must ask about Kuro Lido's reincarnation in the future, as this is related to whether I can really prove the position of Yuan Shi Tian Wang. Originally an unrealistic fantasy, now it is actually possible to realize it. This is really getting more and more exciting. It seems that the abilities of the Cloud cards are far more than this. They seem to be hiding deeper secrets. There are the Cloud cards of light and darkness, and time. It's really amazing. Thinking of this, Luo Lin was very excited. He decided to study the Cloud cards in depth. Suddenly outside the window. Chapter 9. Flying Cards. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the window, blowing it open. Luo Lin stretched out his fingers to feel the breath of the wind. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and tried to control the flow of the wind with the magic power in his body. At first, nothing changed, but he kept trying, and gradually, he felt a weak force gathering at his fingertips. The wind seemed to be affected by him and began to slowly change direction. System View Properties Panel. Current Host Property Value. Level 2. Strength 5. Physique 7. Agility 6. Magic Power 9. Free Attribute 2. The adult attribute of adult muggles is 5. The magic reserve of young wizards who have just entered school is about 5. The magic value of ordinary adult wizards and aurors is about 15. Voldemort and Dumbledore are over 30. The level is more like the age level at Hogwarts. As expected, I was right. I have gained the recognition of the sealing key. My magic reserve, physique, and agility have all been improved. After obtaining the wind card, Luo Lin felt as if he had become one with the wind, with a weak but real power of wind surging within his body. Although this power is still quite weak, it is enough for him to cast wind magic without the help of a wand or making any sound. Could this be the legendary power of the contract? Thinking of this, Luo Lin couldn't help but be overjoyed, with a satisfied smile on his face. It's great. However, just as Rowling was immersed in beautiful fantasies, a strong wind suddenly blew in the dark forest. This gust of wind was like a surging wave, instantly dispersing the breeze that Luo Lin had just gathered in his hands. Luo Lin was caught off guard and suddenly woke up from his dream and returned to the real world. What on earth is that thing? Is it some kind of mysterious magical creature? Rowling widened his eyes, looking at everything happening in front of him in amazement. Above the dark forest, a gigantic white bird suddenly appeared. It spread its broad and magnificent wings, and every flap of its wings created a strong hurricane. As the hurricane raged, the miasma and fog in the forest gradually became thinner. Countless magical creatures living in the forest raised their heads and cast their eyes towards the amazing giant bird in the sky. Some of them were trembling with fear, some had fighting spirit flashing in their eyes, and still others chose to flee the scene quickly to avoid the huge trees blown down by the hurricane. At the same time, deep in the Dragon's Breath Valley, a giant dragon that had been sleeping for a full 1,000 years slowly opened its majestic eyes. It stared at the giant bird flying in the sky in the distance, and was keenly aware of the powerful magic it was emitting. The dragon's eyes revealed a deep sense of vigilance. Clow cards. At this moment, a clear and loud voice suddenly rang out. It was Xiao Ke, who was standing aside, staring at the giant bird in the sky with a look of amazement, and shouting loudly. A huge cry was heard. Rowling, hurry up, we have to seal it, it's the flying clow cards. Dolly took us to the giant bird. Good little master. After a space fluctuation, Xiao Ke shouted loudly, Rowling uses the sealing rod. The key that hides the power of darkness, show me your true power. I promised you that Rowling will release the seal. At this moment, the huge bird also noticed the three unexpected guests. It spread its wide wings and fanned a gust of wind, which swept up the broken trees and smashed them towards them. At the critical moment, Dolly appeared in front of Rowling like a ghost and quickly transferred the two of them behind the big bird at an astonishing speed. Thank you, Dolly. Rowling said gratefully. It is Dolly's mission and responsibility to protect the little master. Dolly replied firmly. The big bird was very confused when it saw the three people suddenly disappear, and looked around for any trace of them. Use the wind card. The magic circle under Luo Lin's feet shone with light, and a powerful magic force gushed out from the wind card. Then, a beautiful and powerful elf with closed eyes appeared in front of everyone. She danced around following the giant bird like a goddess, and then transformed into huge chains to tightly bind it. In the end, the giant bird could not break free of the chains and fell from the sky. Well done, Rowling. Seal it now. Clow card, I command you to quickly return to your original form. As the magic wand tapped in the air, a powerful magic circle appeared under the feet. A strong suction force turned the big bird into the shape of a card. Great job, Rowling, it worked. It's so exciting. Luo Lin held the sealed clow card, feeling a sense of accomplishment. A giant bird suddenly appeared on the clow card. Let's leave here quickly to avoid any complications. Xiaoke reminded. As the three were about to leave, Rowling discovered that the magical creatures around them were watching them. These magical creatures won't attack us, right? Rowling asked worriedly. Don't worry, you've just demonstrated your powerful strength. They won't dare to offend you easily. Xiao Ke comforted. Let's try the new clow cards. Xiao Ke said excitedly, his voice full of anticipation and excitement. Luo Lin took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and whispered, Fly. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed behind him, and then a pair of huge and gorgeous wings grew out from his back. The wings shone with gold and purple, and the feathers were soft and smooth, as if woven from the most precious silk. Under the surprised gazes of all the magical creatures around them, Rowling, Dolly and Xiao Ke took off into the air and flew towards the wooden house. Their figures drew a beautiful arc in the air, like shining meteors in the night sky. Watching the departure of Luo Lin and the other two, the centaurs hiding in the forest slowly revealed themselves. They quietly watched the backs of Luo Lin and the others going away, with awe in their eyes. One of the centaurs whispered, "This little wizard is really powerful. He can actually use such magical power. The stars in the sky have become dim and unclear. Even the Big Dipper that guides us has lost its direction. Perhaps, this little wizard is the legendary existence." The other centaurs nodded in agreement, their faces full of solemnity. At this moment, the strength displayed by Luo Lin convinced these proud centaurs. As Roland and the others walked further and further away, the centaurs turned around silently and disappeared into the dense forest. They will continue to guard this mysterious land and wait for the next encounter with Roland. After returning to the cabin, Roland wrote his name on the Clow card. At this time, a faint white light appeared on Luo Lin's body, which was the natural affinity force in him. Just now, he not only felt the kindness of some magical creatures, but also bursts of malice from time to time. This couldn't help but make him worried. After all, their cabin was located deep in the forest and there were bound to be some dangers. "Xiao Ke, do you think there is any protective or secret magic suitable for our cottage?" Luo Lin asked Xiao Ke, who was flying in the air. Xiao Ke pondered for a moment, then said, "As the flying cards were sealed, the magic power in my body gradually recovered. In this way, I can teach you a magic circle. This circle is what I learned from the sealed book. It is called the hidden magic circle, which can hide our cabin. You know, the magic power contained in the well outside the house is too pure. If you encounter a powerful enemy, I'm afraid this place will be exposed." Upon hearing this, Luo Lin nodded slightly to show his understanding. After Xiaoke explained to Rolling in detail and demonstrated how to use the magic wand to draw the complicated magic runes around the cottage, Rolling suddenly realized that there was a layer of faint energy quietly covering the entire cottage. This strange feeling made him curious, but he was more looking forward to the effect of this magic circle. Then, Xiao Ke continued to remind him. "Next, hold the wand tightly in your hand and recite the corresponding spell. Don't worry, I will work with you to cast magic and jointly maintain the operation of this magic circle." Faced with this situation, Luo Lin fell into deep thought. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally made up his mind and chose to use the mysterious and powerful Akan wand to resolve the current dilemma. Given their meager magic power, even if they used all their power, it would be difficult to sustain the protective power required by the magic circle for a long time. Therefore, only by relying on the unfathomable power of the Arcan wand and casting such a profound spell as ultimate protection could they ensure their safety. Luo Lin and Xiao Ke chanted the spell together, and Xiao Ke was surprised to find that the magic wand in Luo Lin's hand exuded powerful magical energy. It realized that Luo Lin might not need its help to successfully activate the magic circle. As the mysterious and ancient spell slowly sounded, as if it had touched the long-dormant power deep in the earth, the wand in Akon's hand began to emit a faint but firm light. This light spread rapidly like ripples, and wherever it passed, the earth began to tremble slightly. Then, an amazing scene appeared. The originally flat ground was like being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, gradually rising up, gradually outlining the outline of a small valley. This valley seemed to be formed naturally, like an indestructible wall, tightly protecting the small wooden house inside. At the same time, the surrounding trees and lush vegetation seemed to have sensed this strange energy fluctuation. They stretched out their branches and leaves, spreading and growing toward the top of the valley, as if to cover this peaceful place with a layer of green shield. Luo Lin stood quietly outside the valley, staring in amazement at the miraculous scene before him. He took a step forward and walked cautiously into the valley. At first, the entrance seemed very narrow, only enough for one person to pass through, but after he walked in for dozens of steps, the view suddenly became wide. There is a different world here, a wide and bright space unfolds before your eyes, which reminds you of the ancient poem, "The winding path leads to a secluded place, where the Zen room is surrounded by flowers and trees. The sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, the birds sing happily, the clear stream flows by, and the air is filled with a fresh breath. Everything is so harmonious and beautiful, just like a fairyland on earth." Compared with the dark forest outside, which is shrouded in thick fog all year round and where it is difficult to see the sun, this place is simply a paradise isolated from the world. Luo Lin was deeply intoxicated by it, and his heart was filled with infinite emotion. He murmured to himself, This is really amazing. If I have free time in the future, I will definitely plant some peach trees here, and follow the example of the ancients and become a free and easy peach blossom fairy. At that time, you can pick the beautiful peach blossoms, exchange them for fine wine, and enjoy the leisurely life. Flowers bloom and fall, time goes by, seasons change, and the greenery is as lush as ever. Such a beautiful scenery is really refreshing. However, he soon noticed that the light of the Arcan gem seemed to have dimmed a little. He subconsciously put away his wand, realizing that the magic circle this time was indeed powerful enough to add more greenery. The magic power of the Arcan gem was weakened by this spell, and Luo Lin felt a little reluctant. However, seeing such a solid defense in front of him, he felt a little relieved. At least now he had a certain degree of security. Chapter 10, Weak Body. The natural force in the hut seemed to be like a spring, flowing continuously, becoming more and more intense and profound. Luo Lin stood in front of the window, staring at the scenery outside, and muttered to himself, this power seems to have increased a lot. In the following days, the entire dark forest fell into a deathly silence again. The mysterious and strange fog came like a surging tide, covering the sky and the earth. They were like an insurmountable wall, covering everything tightly. Even people with powerful magical abilities find it difficult to penetrate the thick fog and explore the mysteries. Even the Ministry of Magic, faced with such a thick fog, seems unable to detect the weak magical fluctuations emitted by the strands hidden inside the coral wand. At this moment, Rowling was absorbed in the ancient and precious magic book in Flourish and Blot's bookstore. He forgot to eat and sleep, and studied the profound but charming magic spells in the book day and night. Every word and every sentence was like a shining gem, attracting his gaze and attention. Although he only mastered some basic elementary magic, the magic power in his heart was like a rough sea, rolling and surging without stopping. Luo Lin deeply understood that only through unremitting hard study and diligent practice, and making himself strong enough, could he truly protect himself. As time went by, Rowling gradually realized a thorny problem. It is true that his magic power was becoming more condensed, solid and powerful bit by bit, slowly and steadily, but in sharp contrast, his physical strength had not improved at all. To make matters worse, he often felt dizzy and confused for unknown reasons, as if some unknown entity was trying to break out of his body. Xiao Ke, what on earth happened? Why did I fall into such a weird situation? Luo Lin's face was full of worry, and he couldn't help but ask the person next to him. Xiao Ke said, the magic here is rich, which can make the soul purer. However, without a strong body to support it, the body will not be able to accommodate the strong soul, and eventually the soul will break away from the constraints of the body. That's why you feel dazed. Although you bathe your body in spring water every day, it can only prevent filth from corroding you, and it is difficult to further enhance your physical strength. Is there any solution? If you can persist in exercising every day, this situation will be greatly improved. In addition, your recent diet is mainly composed of ordinary creatures without magic power. If you can regularly eat magical creatures and take magic potions that enhance your physical fitness, then your physical strength will be improved. Of course, Luo Lin, you are just a little wizard now. As time goes by and you grow up, your magic reserves and physical strength will become more powerful. Magic potions? The MC workbench seems to be able to make them, but they only seem to temporarily enhance buffs and not physical strength. Moreover, crude potion is the basis for making all magic potions in Minecraft. If you want to brew a potion, you must first get the crude potion and then put in items with different attributes according to your needs. However, making crude potion requires blaze powder as a material, but the problem is that blaze powder can only be found in the netherworld. The netherworld is a dangerous place. Not only there are countless monsters, but also an extremely powerful Hades dragon hovering there. This is not a game world, but a real existence. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel terrified. With my current magic power reserve, going to the underworld is simply seeking death. What if I accidentally fall? Who knows if I can be resurrected? Rowling decided to go deep into the dark forest first to look for edible magical creatures. Xiao Ke, let's go. Luo Lin walked out of the wooden house holding the coral wand and was surprised to find that the vegetation around the magic circle was even more lush. Luo Lin looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly thought of a question, Xiao Ke, do you think these plants will become magical plants one day? He looked at Xiao Ke expectantly. Xiao Ke nodded slightly, with a look of approval on his face, and said, "That's right, Luo Lin. When you cast the protective array, I clearly felt a powerful and majestic earth force surging out from under the array. You know, a close symbiotic relationship has been formed between these lush vegetation and the magic circle. When this huge formation begins to operate, the powerful magic power it emits will be greedily absorbed by these vibrant plants. At the same time, the vast power of the earth hidden deep underground will continuously nourish these plants and feed it back into the formation. In this way, the entire defense system can be as solid as a rock and unbreakable. If an evil wizard or a ferocious and brutal beast attempts to attack the magic circle, these plants will fight back mercilessly." Xiao Ke paused for a moment, then further elaborated, "Generally speaking, there is a huge difference between ordinary plants and magical plants. The so-called magical plants are actually ordinary plants that originally grew in an environment full of magical power. Due to the long-term infiltration and irrigation of rich magical power, they gradually transformed and developed unique magical effects. However, if these magical plants only possessed the most basic survival instincts, then at best they would be nothing more than precious and rare potion materials in the eyes of potion masters. But once they successfully develop independent consciousness and thinking, they are likely to evolve into mysterious magical creatures with extraordinary powers, or even smart and playful magical elves." After hearing this, Luo Lin suddenly realized that this was the case. He began to imagine the changes that these ordinary plants might undergo in the future. If they could really become magical plants, that would be really exciting. Looking at the dense fog that filled the surroundings, Luo Lin's body was gradually enveloped by a faint halo. Although the light was weak, it contained a powerful force, the power of purification. The miasma that was originally visible to the naked eye, as if it had encountered its nemesis, began to dissipate rapidly. At first, the range of this purifying power was only about 5 meters in radius. However, as Luo Lin's own magic power continued to increase, his purifying power was also upgraded from the original level 1 to the level 2. At this moment, with Luo Lin as the center, the miasma and fog within a radius of 10 meters have disappeared without a trace. Seeing the strange light flashing on Luo Lin's body, Xiao Ke couldn't suppress his curiosity and carefully reached out to touch it. "Wow, this is the power of purification. Luo Lin, I didn't expect you to be a priest. But you have to know that in the UK, priests are not allowed to get married, ha ha ha." Xiao Ke teased with a smirk on his face. Hearing Xiao Ke's words, Rolling rolled his eyes and responded unhappily, "Tisk, being a priest is my side job, being a wizard is my main job. I am the 41st generation eldest son and grandson of Godric Gryffindor. I shoulder the responsibility of continuing the family bloodline. Of course, we must work hard to pass on this excellent gene to more big sisters, hee." After saying this, he showed a rather proud expression. Xiok 6. Luo Lin walked along the path, looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, a huge wild boar, 2 meters tall, appeared in front of him. The surface of the wild boar's body was covered with a thick layer of scales as hard as iron, and its fangs were extremely sharp, flashing a chilling light. At this moment, the wild boar was staring at Luo Lin and Xiao Ke with its scarlet eyes and rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Luo Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath, then quickly raised the magic wand in his hand and muttered, "Stone protection." As his spell sounded, the originally flat land in front of him suddenly rose up, forming a solid earth wall, which just blocked the wild boar's path. However, the wild boar's charge did not stop because of the appearance of the earth wall. With a loud bang, the earth wall collapsed instantly, and the wild boar was about to rush in front of them. At this critical moment, Xiao Ke quickly grabbed Luo Lin and flew him into the air. "Use the claw cards!" Xiao Ke shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, Rolling immediately took out a claw card from his pocket and shouted, "Wind, please obey my call and restrain this wild boar." Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind whistled past, and a green elf appeared in the air. The elf just waved his hands and a strong wind swept in, tightly binding the originally ferocious wild boar and causing it to fall to the ground. However, despite this, the wild boar still refused to give up. It kept making strange noises from its mouth, and the scarlet color in its eyes became more and more intense. Xiok put Luo Lin in front of the wild boar and said, "This wild boar has lost its mind due to the dark aura, and the only instinct in its brain is destruction. Luo Lin stared at the wild boar and thought for a long time, then suddenly squatted in front of the wild boar, put his hands on the wild boar and muttered something. Bursts of white light came out from Luo Lin's hands and entered the wild boar's body. This is using the power of purification. Xiao Ke murmured. As the power of purification poured in, the strange cry gradually weakened, the wild boar stopped struggling, and the bright red in its eyes returned to its original state. Wisps of black air emerged from the wild boar's mouth and dissipated in the air. As expected, Nangong Wenya, whoever he touches becomes stupid. Fortunately, he has a wide range of hunting. Haha, the cartoons are not deceiving me. Chapter 11. Magic Core. Luo Lin slowly withdrew his palm, staring at the wild boar in front of him, whose eyes seemed a little dull. His voice was low and majestic. Tell me, why did you attack us? Also, where did the dark energy in your body come from? The wild boar seemed to have just come back to its senses from a state of trance, and its eyes revealed deep fear and confusion. However, when it felt the reassuring natural affinity emanating from Luo Lin, it couldn't help but feel a strong sense of security and the urge to get close to him. The wild boar opened its mouth and let out a low grunt sound. The amazing thing is that Luo Lin, who has the power of affinity with nature, can actually understand the meaning of the wild boar. Xiao Ke, who is standing next to him, widened his eyes in surprise and asked in disbelief, You can actually understand the wild boar's speech? Luo Lin smiled slightly and said, It's just some trivial tricks, not worth mentioning, ha 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 ha. Xiao Ke asked anxiously, What did the wild boar say? Luo Lin replied solemnly, According to it, it itself doesn't know why it suddenly attacked us, let alone what the so-called dark energy is. It only remembers that after waking up this morning, it found a large area of mushrooms next to a valley. Out of instinct, it ate the mushrooms and then lost consciousness. It had no idea what happened next until we caught it. How can you tell such a long string of information from just 2 hums? Ha ha ha, don't worry about these details, there must always be some linguistic embellishments. It seems that the mushrooms are contaminated, but this wild boar is not a magical creature. It has grown so big, so it must have eaten some magical plants. Luo Lin, ask it if it has any more. We can go pick some with it and take them back to cultivate. Wild boar, hum 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 hum. Rolling it says follow it. The group followed the wild boar into the valley. Along the way, they found many strange mushrooms of different sizes and colors, emitting a faint light. Rolling observed the mushrooms carefully and found that some of them had black spots on them, which might be the reason for the dark energy generated in the wild boar's body. When they reached the depths of the valley, they saw a pine forest and finally found an area with a large number of mushrooms. These mushrooms were larger than those seen before and emitted strong magical fluctuations. Looking at the huge mushrooms nearby, is it a matsutake? Luo Lin squatted down and picked one. It is indeed a matsutake mushroom that contains energy. Can this increase the strength of the body? Pick some and take them back to taste. The dolly space fluctuated, and Dolly appeared beside Luo Lin. Yes, little master. Bring some matsutake mushrooms that are not contaminated by dark energy and plant them next to the spring. Okay. Xiao Ke, do you know where this dark energy pollution comes from? I frowned and looked at the dark energy that permeated the surroundings, my heart filled with worry and doubt. Xiao Ke shook his head and said, I don't know, but it seems that the source is underground. We need to find it and eliminate it, otherwise, this land will be completely polluted. Luo Lin nodded, agreeing with Xiao Ke's opinion, and then I concentrated on mobilizing the purification power in my body to release it, trying to cover the entire area. As the power of evolution flowed, Luo Lin felt a strong resistance, as if something was preventing his power from penetrating. It seems that this is the source of the pollution, Xiao Ke shouted excitedly, pointing to a place where the dark energy was the most concentrated, almost forming a black barrier. I gritted my teeth and increased the output of the purification force. However, despite my best efforts, I still couldn't break through the black wall. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and a huge monster emerged from the ground. The monster was covered with black scales and exuded a strong dark aura. This is... Rolling's eyes widened. He had never seen such a huge monster. Xiao Ke swallowed and said, I'm afraid this is a monster that has mutated due to the influence of dark energy. The monster opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Llewellyn and others. Llewellyn dodged quickly and cast various spells to attack the monster. However, the monster's skin was as hard as iron, and ordinary spell attacks had no effect on it. Llewellyn was in trouble, and he realized that he had to find a way to find the monster's weakness in order to defeat it. Llewellyn put away his magic wand and took out the seal key. The wind obeys my call and turns into a chain to bind it. The seal is lifted. A wind spirit appeared and bound him to the ground, but this was not enough to cause him any harm. My current magic power is too weak to kill a creature with such high magic resistance. It seems that the only way is to use the Arcane Wand. Giant Spike was chanted with a loud voice. Originally it was just a low-level spell in the spell, but with the huge energy of the Arcane Wand, a huge spike protruded from the ground and directly exploded the monster's head. In an instant, the monster lost its life. Llewellyn let out a long sigh. It's over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the demonized underground giant lizard. Transform the monster into a magic core? Transformation. The huge monster's flesh and blood began to shrink rapidly, as if being sucked by an invisible force, and finally gathered at the heart. With a click, 2 intermediate magic cores fell to the ground. They flashed with strange light, as if they contained endless magic power. Is this an earth magic core? A good alchemical item. This monster turned into this thing automatically. Xiao Ke picked up the magic core on the ground, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He carefully looked at the magic core in his hand and said loudly. The 2 magic cores were like 2 dazzling gems, flashing with strange light. Their surfaces were as smooth as mirrors, and the magic power flowing inside the magic cores seemed to be twinkling with countless stars. Xiao Ke gently stroked the magic core, feeling the fluctuations of magic power in it. The energy inside was very pure. Llewellyn, you can absorb the energy inside into your body, which will increase your magic power reserves. Llewellyn scratched his head awkwardly. After all, the fewer people who knew about the system, the better. Llewellyn still answered with surprise, what an unexpected gain. Didn't the system say that there would be treasure chests when hunting magical creatures? Why isn't there a treasure chest? Host, the treasure chest is converted from the energy of dead creatures. The host has already converted the energy into a magic core, so the treasure chest will not appear. If it is a magical creature that died of natural causes, there will be no treasure chest because there is no magic in its body. Then what level of treasure chest would it be if it was converted? The host is at the silver level. Silver level. Fortunately, it's not a loss, but it seems that I am still a rookie. If I don't have the Arcane Wand, I can only run away. The price of silver should correspond to a magical creature of XXX level. I have to practice harder when I go back. Rolling sighed. Just when Llewellyn was distracted, Xiao Ke called him back to his senses with a loud shout. Who's there? You're sneaking around in the dark. If you don't come out, I, Kirubros, the embodiment of light and justice, will judge you. Looking at Xiaoke's pretentious words, Llewellyn was speechless for a moment. It seemed that the hiding man was not very powerful, otherwise Xiaoke would not be so pretentious. At the same time, Llewellyn's gaze turned to the jungle. Chapter 12, Centaur Rant. Don't get me wrong, little wizard. I am a member of the centaur tribe and my name is Talos. At this time, a centaur walked out of the shadows and said to Rolling. Seeing the centaur, Llewellyn and Xiao Ke also let down their guard because they felt a friendly atmosphere. Llewellyn's affinity told him that the centaur in front of him had no ill intentions. He asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Talos explained, "Our tribe often patrols the forest to prevent evil black wizards from invading our territory. However, we recently discovered the breath of dark energy here, which made us worried. Therefore, the centaur tribe sent me to patrol here every day. Prevent creatures from accidentally eating these mushrooms with dark energy to avoid being harmed. I heard the sound of fighting just now, and thought there was some danger, so I approached this side, but I didn't expect that you were destroying the vicious monster, the source of darkness. Thank you for protecting this land." "You're welcome. This is what I should do," Llewellyn said with a smile. Talos continued, "To express our gratitude, the leader of the centaur tribe specially invites you and your friends to visit our tribe." Llewellyn and Xiao Ke looked at each other, thinking that they could take this opportunity to learn more about this mysterious tribe, and they gladly accepted the invitation. So, Talos led Luolin and Xiao Ke on a journey to the centaur tribe. Along the way, they passed through the dense forest and encountered various strange creatures. Finally, they arrived at the centaur tribe. There were magnificent tents and hospitable centaur people. The centaur leader also came out to greet them personally. "Hello, little wizard. I am Ront, the leader of the centaur tribe. I was guided by the starry sky and it told me that a distinguished guest would come today, so I am waiting here." Ront looked at the young wizard in front of him, with a hint of curiosity and expectation in his eyes. "It is an honor to receive your favor, Chief Ront. My name is Gandalf Rolling. You can just call me Rolling." Rolling smiled and saluted Ront. He was full of respect for the leader of the centaur tribe. Rolling knew that although the centaurs could not use wands to cast spells, they had innate talents in healing, divination, archery, and astronomy. The centaurs are born prophets, and they are very talented in divination. They can often predict what will happen in the future. "Okay, Rolling. I have arranged a delicious banquet. Let's go together," Rolling invited enthusiastically. He turned around and led Rolling into a dense forest. Along the way, Ront introduced the culture and history of the centaurs to Rollin, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of their way of life. When they came to a huge stone house, Ront stopped and motioned for Rollin to go in. The stone house was filled with all kinds of food and wine, and a group of centaurs were sitting around, all looking at Luolin with friendly eyes. Luolin sat in the first seat and invited Luolin to sit down. "Welcome, Luolin. Talos has told us that you destroyed the monsters in that valley, and let us see your power again. We were lucky enough to see you tame the giant bird above the forest. Your strength is amazing. This is the feast we prepared for you, please enjoy it." Ront raised his glass and toasted Luolin. Luolin nodded in gratitude and raised his glass with Ront to enjoy the feast. When Luolin drank the wine, he felt his magic power fluctuate slightly, but it was not like the comfort of the water in the cabin, but a surge of blood. He knew that his physique had been strengthened. In the following time, Luolin communicated with the centaurs, sharing their stories and experiences. Xiao Ke also feasted on the food. After the dinner, Ront took Luolin to visit the tribe of the centaurs and showed them their skills and traditions. Luolin was deeply moved by the wisdom and creativity of the centaurs. As the night grew darker, suddenly an unknown force swept over. "This is the aura of the Clow cards," Xiao Ke shouted. The centaurs also sensed the dangerous power. Luolin immediately summoned the sealing wand and held it in his hand. At this moment, a centaur was swept into the air by a black shadow and rushed towards Luolin. "This is the Shadow Clow card. It will hide in all the shadows," Xiao Ke said. Wingardium Leviosa used a levitation spell to catch the centaur that was hitting him. "So it's a shadow? Then it's Lumos!" Rolling shouted. He waved the arcane wand in his hand and cast a super powerful lighting spell. In an instant, the entire horseman tribe became as bright as day under the light, and Rolling was like a dazzling sun, emitting brilliant light. Many centaurs covered their eyes with their hands to avoid being hurt by the strong light. Under the strong light, the shadow card could no longer hide and had to show its shadow. It was seen hovering in the air, as if it was very confused by the sudden change. "Luolin, it has appeared, seal it quickly." Xiao Ke on the side urged anxiously. Luolin also noticed the shadow floating in the sky. Hearing Xiao Ke's reminder, Luolin waved the seal stick without hesitation and chanted a spell. "Clow card, quickly return to your original form." At the same time, a mysterious magic circle appeared under his feet, shining with strange light. Then, he raised his magic wand high and pushed hard towards the shadow card. A strong suction force sucked the shadow tightly. With the effect of this force, the shadow card gradually returned to the shape of a card, and was finally successfully sealed by Luolin and wrote his name. After successfully sealing the shadow card, Luolin breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the centaurs around him and found that they were all looking at him with awe. "Thank you, Rolling. You not only saved my people, but also demonstrated such powerful magical power." Ront walked up and expressed his gratitude to Rolling. Luolin smiled and shook his head. "This is what I should do. The existence of the Clow cards always brings all kinds of troubles. I will try my best to find and seal all of them." Ron nodded. "If you need it, the centaur tribe will fully support you. We are very familiar with this forest and can provide you with help." Llewellyn gratefully accepted Ron's kindness. Thank you for your support. I believe that if we work together, we will be able to maintain peace and tranquility in this land. Afterwards, Llewellyn and Xiao Ke said goodbye to the centaur tribe. Before leaving, he came to Llewellyn, handed him a wooden sign and said to him, "My residence is protected by a powerful magic. If you encounter difficulties, you can find me through this wooden sign." Looking at the emerald green wooden sign with magical fluctuations and complicated patterns in his hand, Ron said, "Thank you for your trust, Rowling. I will definitely visit you to thank you for your help." Chapter 13. The Miraculous Effects of Mushrooms. As soon as Ron finished speaking, a pair of huge wings immediately appeared on Rowling's back, growing out of his back. At the same time, Rowling took off into the air, his body lightly leaving the ground like an angel soaring in the sky. His tail wing waved in the air, emitting dots of light, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a series of brilliant trails. These lights illuminated the surrounding night and dyed the dark forest with a mysterious color. Ron stared at Llewellyn, who was walking away. His eyes could not move away for a long time. He knew very well that today's meeting was just a brief encounter. But this bond was deeply imprinted in his and his people's hearts. He understood that this mysterious and powerful wizard would become an important figure in their centaur tribe. Ron decided to build a deeper friendship with the wizard and invite him to visit the centaur tribe from time to time. This was because the wizard not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also brought fresh air and hope. The purification power emanating from him seemed to prove that he was the adult in the prophecy. The next day, the morning light was slightly bright. Llewellyn stretched his body, then stretched out his hands and felt the magic in his body. He found that his magic became more condensed, as if it could resonate better with the surrounding environment. He guessed that this might be related to the shadow card he had captured last night. Some of the power of the shadow card had also merged into his body, although it was very little, but it still made the connection between his body and soul closer, thus enhancing his ability to control magic. At the same time, the wine he drank in the horse tribe yesterday was still taking effect in his body. It seemed that this kind of wine did have magical effects and could strengthen people's physique. At this moment, Llewellyn felt that his physical fitness had improved significantly, and his strength and endurance had increased. What a rare good stuff! Llewellyn couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't have any precious items at hand, he would have exchanged some fruit wine with Llewellyn without hesitation. In this way, he could make full use of the benefits of this fine wine. Although it was a bit regrettable, Rowling understood that strength is easily broken. The power increased by external objects is a bit superficial after all. I am not those delicate wizards in the magic world. As a descendant of Gryffindor, melee magicians are the king, he. Llewellyn did a somersault and then turned 360 degrees in the air and flipped off the bed. He stood firmly on the ground with a proud smile on his face. I am so handsome. Llewellyn secretly admired his own skills and handsomeness. With a clean-up spell, he finished washing up. Now, Rowling has mastered the basic spells in the book, and he can mobilize the energy in his body through the magic wand with ease. This can't help but remind Rowling of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The main course for first-year wizards is to learn basic spells and gain a preliminary understanding of the flow of magic power in the body. By the second grade, you will master basic magic and use your own magic power. In the third grade, students begin to deepen their understanding of magic, such as learning difficult spells such as Expecto Patronus. The fourth grade will gradually guide the little wizards to understand the nature of magic. In the fifth year, all wizards have to start the Owl's exam, which is the ordinary wizarding level exam, which shows that the young wizards have learned a lot. Rowling was secretly delighted. It seemed that his level was higher than that of the second-year wizards at Hogwarts. If it weren't for the help of the Clow cards, he would now be truly qualified to enter the magical world. He felt an unprecedented sense of confidence and satisfaction surge in his heart, as if a door to a new world had opened. Llewellyn knew that in order to remain invincible in the magic world, he must constantly improve his strength. At present, he has initially mastered some magic skills, but this is far from enough. He needs more practice, more in-depth study and communication with other powerful magicians. Now he is ready to enter Hogwarts. It seems that the Owls of Hogwarts will deliver the admission letters to the little wizards in September next year. I'm actually looking forward to it, hehe. But the next plan is inevitable. So, Rowling secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would devote himself to the in-depth study of various magic books, explore new spells and magic secrets, and continue to hone his combat skills through actual combat exercises. After all, starting next year, those hateful Death Eaters will become more rampant, and it is unknown whether Voldemort has already possessed Quirrell. "Dolly, please give me a bowl of delicious mushroom soup," Rowling shouted towards the kitchen. "No problem, little master." Dolly's clear and pleasant voice came immediately in response. Then, Llewellyn stepped out of the room and walked towards the courtyard leisurely. When his eyes fell on the well, his eyes lit up. The mushrooms growing there were so lush and profuse that they were beyond imagination. Such a sight really made him happy. It was as if they had been soaked and washed by a mysterious magic all night, and these mushrooms looked extraordinary. Some of the mushrooms seemed to have a living being, growing and shrinking like human breathing. And every time such a strange change occurred, they would continuously spit out a few tiny spores. These fungal spores are like lively elves, lightly floating on the surrounding land, and then taking root in the soil and sprouting at an astonishing speed, showing the world their tenacious and vigorous vitality. Is this due to the ability of the mushrooms themselves or the absorption of spring water? After all, there is a philosopher's stone inside. Although it is damaged, the life energy inside is still sufficient. Llewellyn observed the reproduction of these mushrooms with great interest, and marveled at the magic of magical creatures. This wonderful sight made him full of curiosity and desire to explore the world. No wonder Newt Scamander collected all kinds of magical creatures and was expelled from Hogwarts for this. Rowling felt a unique charm in these magical plants. After Llewellyn slowly sat back on the comfortable chair, Xiao Ke flapped his wings and flew back to the dining table like a happy elf. At this moment, 2 large bowls suddenly appeared in front of them like magic, with 2 bowls of steaming mushroom soup exuding an irresistible and tempting aroma. At first glance, these 2 bowls of mushroom soup seemed to have nothing special. However, the minimalist processing method used beneath the seemingly ordinary appearance was enough to make Llewellyn alert this was definitely not an ordinary thing. At this moment, the whole room was filled with the extremely rich aroma of mushrooms, as if countless small hands were gently teasing his taste buds. At the same time, the faint and unclear magical fluctuations hooked his heartstrings like a hook, making him salivate. Llewellyn carefully picked up one of the bowls and took a sip of the golden soup. Instantly, the wonderful taste exploded in his mouth like a bomb, bringing him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The unique chewy texture and silky touch are intertwined and blended perfectly together, like a feast on the tip of your tongue. "What a delicious word!" Llewellyn couldn't help but exclaimed, but before he finished speaking, Xiao Ke beside him had already dived into the bowl impatiently and began to wolf it down and suck it up. With every mouthful of soup, a mysterious and powerful energy slowly flowed through their bodies. When Llewellyn drank the last drop of soup contentedly, a wonderful feeling came over him. He clearly felt that the magic power was flowing through his meridians like a trickle, and his whole mental state instantly became fuller and more uplifting. At this moment, his eyes inadvertently swept to Zyok next to him, and saw the little guy licking the corner of his mouth with a look of happiness and satisfaction. "How about it, Zyok, do you like this soup?" Llewellyn asked with a smile. Zyok blinked and called out happily twice, showing that he was very satisfied. "However, this soup seems to have some special effects." Llewellyn touched his chin thoughtfully. "I feel my body is much tighter. It seems that the wild boar has grown so tall because of these mushrooms." Thinking of this, Rowling decided to look for the magical plant encyclopedia about these mushrooms to see if they have other effects and whether they can be used to make physical potions. Chapter 14. A bold idea. After eating and drinking, Llewellyn walked out of the quaint wooden house with satisfaction. Thanks to the strict protection of the powerful magic circle, the thick fog around him seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. There was no way to invade this small world. Even if you stand outside and look far away, this place looks like just an ordinary valley. However, at this moment, a warm and soft morning light quietly penetrated the clouds and fell on this quiet place. Unexpectedly, when Llewellyn witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but raise his arms high, like a spirited leader, and began to do a unique set of radio gymnastics. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Wake up in the morning, open your arms to welcome the sun, and let our bodies be filled with the dazzling sunshine." As Roland danced rhythmically, the morning light seemed to understand the call from his heart, or perhaps was inspired by some mysterious power. A ray of dazzling golden light merged into Roland's body like a lively elf. Instantly, a faint but clearly visible ripple of magic appeared around him. The pure power from the depths of his soul was looming and was accumulating and strengthening at an alarming speed. Llewellyn, who was keenly aware of the changes in himself, became more and more excited, and his movements became more and more strenuous, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into it. Xiao Ke looked at Llewellyn's enchanting steps in amazement and muttered to himself, "What kind of strange magic ritual is this? It actually allows the energy of the sun's light to be integrated into Llewellyn's purification power." Then Xiao also jumped up following Llewellyn, repeating the same words. Ding! The power of purification rises to level 3. Llewellyn had always wondered what this purifying power was. Was it magic? Or some other special energy? This question had troubled him for a long time, but he still had no answer. However, just now, when he felt the bright energy of the sun blending into the purifying power, he finally had a glimmer of understanding. He realized that this purifying power was not simple magic, but a more profound and mysterious power. It seemed to be closely related to the law, as if it was part of the law. This power is not acquired through learning or practice, but is innate in the magical world and is one of the cornerstones of this world. In contrast, magic is a naturally occurring energy within wizards and witches. This explains why Muggles can become wizards. They also have this naturally occurring magical energy within them. It's just that due to various reasons, they can't use these energies as freely as real wizards. That's why magic schools like Hogwarts invite them to enroll, such as Hermione Granger. If this is the case, Llewellyn suddenly remembered, in Taoist stories, there is a legend about cultivating immortals after refining qi into the body and cultivating into a golden elixir, which then breaks into an infant and ascends to heaven. As long as a qualified person, that is, a person who can sense the energy of nature, absorbs the power of nature into the body and forms a golden elixir in the human body, he can become a golden elixir master. Some people cannot feel the power of nature, and they will cultivate the golden elixir of adults. By integrating it into one's body through some means, one can become a fake Taoist, and this kind of people will never be able to break through in their lifetime. Compared to the Muggles who are like ants, it seems that this is a height that they will never be able to reach in their lifetime. Looking at the magic core obtained from hunting monsters before, Llewellyn had a bold idea in his mind. This magic core contains powerful magical power. Is it possible to integrate this magic core into the body of a Muggle so that the Muggle can become a wizard? But the human physique is still too weak after all, and even I have to find ways to exercise my body now. How about trying the wild boar? But how do we integrate it? We can't just let it eat us, right? Oh, ask Xiao Ke. After telling Xiao my thoughts, Xiao Ke stared at Llewellyn with eyes wide open in disbelief, and said, "Are you really only 10 years old? Is it possible that there are other geniuses in this world besides me, Lord Kirubros?" Llewellyn was speechless. Xiao Ke continued, "It is theoretically feasible, but swallowing it directly will definitely be useless. Because only wizards and magical creatures can absorb the energy in this magic core and use it to strengthen their own magic reserves. However, for ordinary creatures and Muggles, they cannot feel the magic power in it at all, and naturally cannot absorb it on their own. In other words, if you eat it, it will eventually become excrement. However, we can use the magic circle to transform the energy in it, and then let ordinary creatures merge with it. But please note that this is not an easy task, and it can even be said to be a very painful process. According to the theory, if one does not have strong enough willpower, it is difficult for both humans and animals to withstand such a powerful magic baptism, and they may die. Therefore, this is not a simple method. This can be said to be alchemy. Colo Reed was a powerful magician back then, which made him a greater alchemist. Many of the powerful magic cards in the Clow cards are created by him using magic circles to contract the energy of nature and inject it into the cards. This gives them life. The powerful alchemy is based on the principle of equal exchange. When you want to get something, you have to pay the same price. This is also one of the reasons for Clow Reed's death. Forget it then. Magic is valuable, but life is more valuable. Llewellyn said hesitantly. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry about Llewellyn. This is just a simple magic conversion. It won't cause you to lose your life, but you need to have enough magic reserves to continuously supply energy to the magic circle. At most, you will be a little tired because of the consumption of magic power. Unless you can find the Philosopher's Stone that can automatically supply energy to the magic circle. Llewellyn, if possible, I hope you can try it, which will help you understand the nature of magic better. Okay, Zyok, let's go. The wild boar must be in the pine forest. Llewellyn and Xiao Ke came to the pine forest and found the wild boar. Under Xiao Ke's instruction, Llewellyn used his magic wand to draw complex magic circuits on the ground. A magic core was placed into the magic circle. As the magic power from Rolling's wand continued to be injected into it, the magic core also began to convert energy. The wild boar struggled in the magic circle, and the magic core quickly dissolved into pure energy and poured into the wild boar's body. The wild boar's body shape was changing, and the number of fangs in its mouth increased from 2 to 4. A shadow appeared from the wild boar's body. The soul fragments of those who had died in the forest slowly gathered into the magic circle from the surroundings. The faint shadow of the wild boar slowly became solid. That was its soul. Llewellyn gritted his teeth and insisted on supplying magic power to the magic circle. Slowly, the wild boar also responded to this energy, and it absorbed it involuntarily. Seeing this happen, Llewellyn knew that he was going to succeed. Finally, the magic core stopped emitting light and turned into a transparent crystal, and the magic ritual came to an end. Llewellyn fell down exhausted, but his eyes were shining with excitement. He understood the deeper level of magic and became more determined to explore the mysteries of magic. Xiao Ke smiled and said, "Well done, Llewellyn. Your courage and wisdom are admirable." Rolling stood up and looked at the wild boar. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits, but animals' souls are broken and incomplete, so most of them live only by instinct. If you want to become a magical creature, you must first complete your soul. I should have thought of this earlier. Fortunately, this dark forest is always full of soul fragments that roam here after death. It was a close call. At this time, Llewellyn was also looking at his work with excitement and enthusiasm in his eyes. Chapter 15. Llewellyn bent down, picked up the crystal that had fallen to the ground, and played with it carefully in his hands. His eyes were always on the wild boar in front of him, watching the magical aura that kept fluctuating in its body. At this moment, the wild boar finally woke up from its trance. Its eyes were no longer full of wildness as before, but now they were full of wisdom. It felt the changes in its body, and an unprecedented sense of confidence arose spontaneously. "Master, please take me in. You want to follow me?" Llewellyn was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the wild boar could actually speak. He couldn't help but become more interested in the wild boar. "Yes, I want to follow you," the boar said in a low voice. Llewellyn raised the corner of his mouth slightly, secretly delighted in his heart. This wild boar not only possessed intelligence, but could also speak human language, which was really unexpected. "Okay, then you just follow me from now on, and your name is Dolly." Llewellyn looked at the wild boar. The wild boar nodded in surprise, indicating that it was willing to obey Rolling's orders. After returning to the cabin, he exerted his mighty aura on the magic circle to prevent its self-aggression from harming it. "Just find a place to live nearby and don't let unknown beasts destroy this place." Dolly felt the rich energy here and nodded excitedly. Since coming back, Llewellyn has been exercising every morning. Although he doesn't have the magical effect he had the first time, his physical fitness is indeed improving slowly. In addition, Llewellyn has been studying the nature of the soul. Why did Dolly have the ability to speak? The most likely reason is that the soul fragments attracted to the formation that day, some of which were broken human souls. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain. Therefore, Llewellyn wrote. First conjecture, will the fusion of human soul fragments and animal souls awaken the soul memory of higher species? This question makes people think deeply, because we see that Dolly has acquired the human language talent. Does this mean that this fusion can bring some special abilities or memories? Perhaps Dolly is a living example that shows this possibility. Hypothesis 2. When the souls of higher races merge with the souls of animals to form magical creatures, who is the leader? This is a confusing question, and there is no conclusive evidence to prove who is the leader. Dolly seems to have only acquired human language ability, but this is not enough to prove that it is completely controlled by the human soul. Perhaps there are other factors affecting the behavior and characteristics of this fusion. Hypothesis 3. If the souls of the same race merge, will the racial talents be awakened? This is also an interesting idea. If the souls of different races can merge with each other and produce new life forms, then these lives may inherit certain characteristics and abilities of their respective races. However, more research and experiments are needed to verify this conjecture. Currently unconfirmed. Llewellyn shared his research results with Zyok, who agreed with his findings but was unable to provide more constructive suggestions due to lack of relevant knowledge. However, this did not disappoint Rowling, because he knew that this issue required deeper exploration and thinking. At the same time, Rowling began to recall the story in the Harry Potter world. In this magical world full of fantasy, there are many powerful magics specifically for the soul. For example, the 3 unforgivable curses, Horcruxes, and the creepy Dementors, etc. These magical forces can have a profound impact on the human soul, and can even destroy or distort it. However, among the many stories about souls, one in particular caught Rowling's attention, that was Harry Potter, the Horcrux accidentally created by Voldemort. When Voldemort tried to kill Harry Potter as a baby, his killing curse rebounded, depriving him of his body, but also leaving a fragment of Harry Potter's soul in him, making Harry Potter Voldemort's only Horcrux. In this particular case, Harry Potter and Voldemort's ghost coexist in one body. As time goes by, Harry Potter gradually takes on some of Voldemort's traits. For example, he has excellent magical talent and the ability to master the Parseltongue language. In addition, Voldemort also influences Harry Potter through dreams and occasionally controls his behavior for a short time. This gave Rowling a new revelation: if a person could transfer part of their soul to another person, then some kind of connection might be established between them. This connection may not only be limited to the sharing of memories and emotions, but may also involve a deeper exchange of consciousness, so that even if the possessed person still has a sense of self, they may be influenced by external spirits. Hypothesis 4. When 2 souls inhabit one body at the same time, can the abilities of both sides be shared? Moreover, will the original soul have more dominance? Or perhaps Voldemort's remaining soul is too weak to show his power? Conclusion: from the known facts, Harry Potter did inherit Voldemort's Parseltongue skills. This is clearly described in the original book. However, when sorting, the Sorting Hat mentioned that Harry Potter was actually more suitable to be sorted into Slytherin House. However, there is no definitive conclusion on the dominance of the body and whether Voldemort's remaining soul has lost its home advantage due to being too weak. These require further discussion and research. Hypothesis 5. Regarding the Philosopher's Stone created by Nicholas Flamel, he lived for hundreds of years. Was it because his body was too weak, or was his soul about to dissipate? Many people don't know that the reason why the Philosopher's Stone can prolong a person's life is that it requires a large number of souls to make it. There is a very clear hint in Full Metal Alchemist. In the Middle Ages, there was never a shortage of dead souls. For example, in the 13th century, there was a large-scale plague called the Black Death, which killed countless people. After the 3th century, a bloody event called Witch Hunt arose for 3 centuries. The large number of souls that died in these historical events may have provided sufficient energy for the Philosopher's Stone. In the past few months, Llewellyn's research has intensified, and he has devoted almost all his time to exploring the mysteries of the soul. However, today, when he was immersed in his research, he was suddenly interrupted by a loud noise. The sound came from outside the house, and it seemed that something had happened. Llewellyn reluctantly put down his research work, got up and walked out of the house to see what had happened. When he walked out of the house, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw Dolly fighting fiercely with a centaur. Both sides refused to give in and the scene was very tense. Llewellyn shouted quickly, "Dolly, stop! This is my friend, the brave man in the forest, the leader of the centaurs, Llewellyn." When Dolly heard what Llewellyn said, he stopped immediately, with an apologetic expression on his face, and said, "So that's how it is. I thought it was an enemy. Please forgive my recklessness." "Hello, Chief Ront, what brings you here today? Are you encountering any difficulties?" Rowling said with a smile. Chief Ront waved his hands quickly and said, "Oh, no, Mr. Rowling, don't get me wrong. I just haven't seen you in the dark forest for a long time, and I was a little worried, so I came here to see if you are in trouble and if you need help from our centaur tribe." Llewellyn smiled gratefully, "Thank you very much for your concern and regards, Chief Ront. I am deeply honored. However, I have not encountered any difficulties. I have been concentrating on magic research in recent months, ha 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 ha. I see. I didn't expect Mr. Rowling to know so much about magic. If you are interested in magic, I would like to invite you to the Unicorn Tribe. As you know, we centaurs have always maintained a deep friendship with such a sacred race as unicorns. Since I last parted with you, I have visited their tribe frequently and mentioned you many times. The Unicorn Tribe is very interested in you, a kind and powerful wizard. I was specifically asked to invite you to visit me next time I see you. Moreover, the Unicorn Tribe has a strong bloodline talent, I believe you will be interested in it. Hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Luo Lin's eyes. A tribe of unicorns? Of course I'm happy to visit them. Then, let's set off now. Thank you for the introduction, Chief Ront. His heart was filled with anticipation. After all, being able to get close to a mysterious and noble creature like a unicorn was definitely a rare experience. At the same time, he was also very curious about what kind of powerful blood talents these unicorns had. Luo Lin and Ront stepped into the territory of the Unicorn Tribe together. It was a quiet and mysterious place where unicorns lived noble and pure lives. When Roland first saw these beautiful creatures, he felt a strong love for them. Their bodies were as white as snow, and their long manes fluttered in the wind, shining with silver light. Especially the spiral horn on their foreheads, which exudes a mysterious aura and seems to contain endless magic power. However, the unicorn's horn is not only an ornament, it is also an extremely precious alchemical material. Many wizards are eager to obtain such a horn to make powerful magic items. But at the same time, the unicorn's silver-white blood also has amazing effects, which can give people vigorous vitality. However, if any wizard dares to try to hurt a unicorn and suck its blood, they will be cursed terribly. Because unicorns are magical and sensitive creatures, they have a keen sense of malice. Anyone who attempts to hurt them will suffer retribution. Unicorns are more like the darlings of the moonlit night. As long as they are illuminated by the moonlight, they will show their most sacred side. When the moonlight falls on them, their white fur emits a soft silver light, like a dreamlike existence. At this time, they seem to merge with the moon and become part of the power of nature. Luo Lin followed Ront to the unicorn's habitat, and an old unicorn slowly approached. Its eyes were like deep lakes, revealing traces of wisdom and years. Roland asked softly, "Excuse me, are you the leader of the Unicorn Tribe?" "Roland Gandalf salutes you." The old unicorn nodded and said, "Hello, Roland, I am the guardian here. Welcome, kind little wizard. My name is Carls." Luo Lin replied respectfully, "Hello, Chief Carls, I have been studying the mysteries of the soul, and I found that the blood talent of unicorns is very unique. I want to learn more." The old unicorn smiled and said, "Our bloodline talents are closely related to the soul. The unicorn's horn can purify the soul, and our blood has the power to heal and nourish the soul." Luo Lin said thoughtfully, "Purify the soul? Heal and nourish? This is simply amazing." Luo Lin could not help but release the purifying power in his body, and there was a faint golden light outside the silver-white halo. The old unicorn could not help but show astonishment. He could clearly feel a mysterious and powerful force awakening. At the same time, the other unicorns also felt the magic power in their bodies resonating with it. Their bodies began to emit a faint silver light, especially the horns on their heads, which became particularly dazzling. These unicorns represent the energy of the moon. Chapter 16. The Essence of the Traceless Stretching Spell. A strange purple mist was spreading around the Unicorn Tribe, which was more corrosive than the mist in the dark forest. Wherever it passed, the flowers and plants withered instantly, and the trees also decayed. With a loud bang, a huge tree broke and fell to the ground. All the unicorns were attracted by the loud noise and watched the changes around them in horror. At this time, Luo Lin's body began to emit a dazzling light, and his eyes were firm and focused. As Luo Lin continued to inject magic power, the light became stronger and stronger, as if a powerful shield enveloped the entire tribe. Finally, the fog stopped moving forward, but beads of sweat appeared on Luo Lin's forehead, and his breathing became rapid. This was the power of purification fighting fiercely with the fog, and Luo Lin tried his best to dispel this evil power. At the same time, other unicorns also joined the battle. There were dots of silver light shining above their heads, and these silver lights gathered together to form a powerful energy flow. Among them, Natal's magic power was the most powerful, and its golden light shone as brightly as the sun. At this critical moment, every unicorn exerted its own strength to resist the erosion of the fog together. At this moment, all the fog in the dark forest was gathering here, and the two sides entered a strange stalemate. The key to the dark power is hidden in you. Show me your true power. The seal is lifted. Wind spirit, please show me your great power. Use the violent hurricane to disperse the thick fog in front of us and protect these kind unicorns from the erosion of evil forces. As Llewellyn finished his spell, a strong gust of wind whistled towards the mist. At the same time, dots of silver light flickered in the wind. This was the power of purification and blessing that Llewellyn added when he summoned the wind elf. After the strong wind, the fog gradually dissipated, but just when Rowling just breathed a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened. The fog quickly spread again. Llewellyn was startled, and suddenly realized, could this fog be the Clow cards? Llewellyn couldn't sense the aura of the Clow cards with his current ability. Shadow, he whispered, in the name of Llewellyn, I order you to wrap up all the fog tightly. As the inky black shadow covered it, all the fog was wrapped up and slowly shrank into a ball of light. Restore your original appearance. A magic circle appeared under Llewellyn's feet, and the sealing staff pointed in the air. The fog gradually turned into energy and gathered towards the center of the magic circle. A Clow card suddenly appeared, and it was indeed the Mist Clow card. When the unicorns saw such great power, they all cried out to express their gratitude to Rowling. Without your help, the unicorns will face a catastrophe, Nadal said to Rowling gratefully. Llewellyn scratched his head awkwardly and thought to himself, if the unicorns knew that I released this Clow card, I would be doomed. But he still said, you are my friend. Our friendship will become stronger after experiencing such hardships. Nadal, you don't have to thank me. If I were in danger, I don't think you would run away in a hurry. Yes, the friendship between the unicorn tribe and you is as eternal as the stars in the sky. After the matter was resolved, Rowling said goodbye to the unicorns one by one and returned to his own cabin. How was your fun playing outside? Did you gain a lot? Xiao Ke flew out of the room and came in front of Llewellyn. Yes, we have gained something. The unicorns are really the favorites of God. Rowling explained to Xiao everything he experienced in the unicorn tribe. Look what this is. Rowling held the Clow cards in front of him. It's fog. No wonder even the fog around the cabin became much lighter. I also felt the scent of the Clow cards. It turned out that this guy was the one behind it. This horn belongs to the unicorn of light. It really has the energy of the sun, which is rare in the world. Unicorn horns can not only be made into magic wands, but also can be ground into powder magic and detoxify. It seems to be quite useful if you have been irreversibly hurt by black magic. Xiao Ke said solemnly. After hearing this, Rowling cherished it even more. Xiao Ke, do you know spells like the traceless stretching spell? I want to make a space ring for storage, asked Llewellyn. It's a pity that the system space can only store items given by the system itself, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. The traceless extension charm? Is it the one on the 2 suitcases beside your bed? But such a spell is very picky about the material it requires. I have seen a suitcase made of dragon skin, which has a great magical carrying capacity, so many traceless stretching spells can be cast on it. Otherwise, the space would not be very large, and the material must be the leather of magical creatures. Otherwise, the invisible stretching spell can only be effective for a short period of time, and the magic will dissipate over time. And this traceless extension spell is undoubtedly a space series of magic. Space is eternal and unchanging, but objects can become larger or smaller. The traceless extension spell can be said to be a spell to enlarge or shrink an object. When you put an object in, it will become smaller, and when you take it out, it will become larger. Of course I don't know how to perform the reachless reach charm, but if you want to make a ring with storage space I can still do it. In the Book of Seals there is a magic circle that can be engraved on any object, with the same effect, but the material must also be able to withstand the flow of magic. Xiao Ke finished patiently. Do you think this magic core is okay? This is the crystal that dropped after Dolly was transformed into a magical creature. There is no magic power in it anymore. It couldn't be better. It must be a good alchemical tool that can contain such powerful magical energy. Then let's get started. Llewellyn placed the crystal on the table, and Xiao Ke flew around it, chanting a complicated spell. As the spell sounded, strange patterns appeared on the magic core, flickering with a faint light. Rowling watched all this nervously. He could feel the fluctuations of magic power around him. After a moment, the light disappeared and the magic core became extremely calm. Success! There are about 10 square meters inside. The main reason is that the material of this crystal is very good and can carry strong magic power very well, Xiao Ke shouted excitedly. Llewellyn picked up the transparent crystal, looked at it carefully, and found that there was a tiny space inside the crystal. Try putting what you want to store in it. Xiao reminded. Llewellyn reached into his mouth, took out a gold galleon, and carefully approached the crystal. A miracle happened, and the gold galleon disappeared. Great! Llewellyn was very excited. With this, it will be much more convenient to carry things in the future. Next, there was still one crucial thing missing: the ring setting. He carefully placed the clear crystal on MC's workbench. Then, as if it was a solemn and mysterious ceremony, Rowling reached into his arms again and took out a gold galleon and placed it side by side with the crystal. You know, this gold galleon is a precious object carefully crafted by those highly skilled goblins. Not only does it possess unique properties that cannot be replicated by magic, it is also a rare alchemical item. At this moment, suddenly, a dazzling light flashed by. The light was like the first ray of light at dawn, or like a meteor across the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire space. Then, an astonishing scene took place. The originally ordinary workbench began to emit a strange magical fluctuation, and under the influence of this powerful force, an exquisite ring slowly emerged before everyone's eyes. This ring is simply a masterpiece of art. Its ring body is made of pure gold, shining with an intoxicating golden color. The crystal inlaid on it is like the brightest star in the night sky, exuding an otherworldly aura. If it is sold, it will definitely fetch a good price. Hee. Llewellyn couldn't wait to put it on his hand, and the ring automatically adjusted the size of the ring. Llewellyn looked at the ring in his hand, his heart filled with joy. With this ring, I can carry things more conveniently whether I am traveling or going on adventures in the future. Rowling said to himself. He began to sort out his belongings, putting some frequently used items into the ring, especially the large box of gold galleons and magic books. Chapter 17 Gringotts. As time passed, Llewellyn's life gradually returned to its former orderly and routine state. Llewellyn began his day's activities. First, he recited the beautiful and moving poem with great emotion, and then he exercised his body unremittingly, improving his physical fitness and endurance through various sports. However, despite Rowling's hard work day after day, he has not made many substantial breakthroughs in his research on the soul. Most of the time, the work he did was just at the theoretical level. Although he had watched the Harry Potter movies, he only had one-sided knowledge and insights. However, it seemed that he still had a long way to go before he could truly unlock the door to the mysteries of the soul. Faced with such a dilemma, he decided to go out and look for materials. The first stop of his journey was the magical Harry Potter. If memory serves me right, Harry Potter is currently living in a seemingly ordinary building at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England. In order to celebrate the birthday of Harry's annoying cousin, Dudley Dursley, everyone discussed and decided to go to the zoo together to have a good time. Little did he know that this trip would become the starting point for Harry Potter to step into the magical world. At the same time, on this special day, Harry Potter miraculously awakened the ability to communicate with snakes, Voldemort's Parseltongue talent. As for Dudley Dursley's birthday, it seems to be on June 23. So today is June 21, 1991, which means there are only 2 days left until the anticipated moment. Well, that's plenty of time. However, the real eye-catching focus is not just limited to this, but the mysterious and ancient magic hidden in Harry Potter. Love protection seems to contain a deeper and more meaningful value. You know, Lily Potter almost sacrificed her life to successfully cast this powerful spell from ancient times on her son. It is truly a moving story to make Harry Potter the savior, and it has been so for many years. All my glory comes from the separation of life and death. My parents died tragically at the hands of Voldemort, and the only thing that people remember is the boy who survived the disaster, the so-called savior. All the praises from others seem to be mocking me for being an orphan. I'd better go to Gringotts in Diagon Alley first to exchange some Muggle pounds, otherwise gold galleons will be difficult to use when traveling to the Muggle world. After explaining everything to Xiao Ke, Rolling left the cabin in the dark forest and flew to Diagon Alley together. After several hours of flying, Rolling was still out of breath. Although he had the blessing of magic, he was still tired. This time Rolling did not come to the Leaky Cauldron, because the Leaky Cauldron was a turning point from the Muggle world to the Wizarding world, and Rolling himself lived in the Wizarding world. Of course, he landed directly from the sky into Diagon Alley. Many wizards have fireplaces installed in their homes and have flip powder access in the Department of Magical Affairs, which allows them to teleport directly to the Leaky Cauldron, but Rolling does not. Although it is convenient, it will still expose his place of residence. Rolling knows very well that there are Death Eaters in the Department of Magical Affairs, so as a big shot, he must keep a low profile. At the end of Diagon Alley is Gringotts. When they arrived at the entrance of Gringotts, it was clearly written Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Rolling looked at the exterior of the building and found it was crooked, whether it was the pillars of the main entrance or the side walls. This is the only wizard bank in the magic world. The building is indeed very distinctive, with a white stone staircase leading to two bright silver bronze doors. Next to it stood two goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms. "Hello, little wizard, how can I help you?" Looking at the magical grey robe on Rolling's body and the dazzling crystal ring on his hand, it was obvious that he was not from an ordinary wizard family and must be worth a lot of money, so the fairy stepped forward and asked flatteringly. "I need to exchange some Muggle currency," Rolling said proudly. He knew very well how greedy and cunning the goblins were. If you talk to them calmly, they will think you are weak and can be bullied. "It's my pleasure to serve you, little wizard. Please come in." The goblin led Rolling the way and stared at his ring from time to time. Llewellyn walked in and saw the second silver door. The words engraved on the two silver doors were "Please come in, stranger, but you must be careful, what will happen if you are greedy? The end result is that those who only ask for things without working for them will be punished most severely. Therefore, if you wish to take a portion of our underground vault, it is a treasure that never belonged to you. Thief, you have been warned, beware of the evil consequences that may come to you instead of treasure." Llewellyn watched with interest and stepped through the second door. There were also two goblins standing on both sides of the door. Further inside was a tall marble hall. Hundreds of goblins sat on high stools behind a row of long cabinets, weighing coins with copper scales, examining gems with eyepieces, or making hasty entries in account books. There were countless doors in the hall, leading to different vaults. The goblin led Rolling to a tall counter with a currency exchange sign on it. "This little wizard needs to exchange some Muggle currency," the goblin said to the clerk behind the counter. The goblin clerk leaned on the high counter, stared down at Rolling and said, "So, little wizard, what do you use to exchange for Muggle currency? Is it gold galleons, gold, or gems?" Rolling shook his hand and gold coins fell from the storage ring onto the counter. There were a total of 1,000 gold galleons. "How much can this be exchanged for?" The goblins around looked at the gold galleons on the table in disbelief. What surprised them the most was the ring on Rolling's hand. Although wizards all had bags or suitcases with the traceless stretch spell, few could cast the traceless stretch spell on gemstones. This was not only an innovation in alchemy, but more importantly, no one could do it. They stared at the ring with greedy eyes, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Rolling stretched out his wand and warned them without disguising it. Only then did the goblins withdraw their gazes. "Dear little wizard, 1 gold galleon can be exchanged for 5 yuan of Muggle currency. A total of 5,000 pounds can be exchanged here. If possible, we want to buy the ring on your hand." The goblin said his intention without disguising it. Llewellyn hesitated for a moment, thinking, these goblins are really straightforward. Although it is not difficult to make this storage ring, I still understand the principle that things are valuable because they are rare. Moreover, the wizarding world has never lacked talented wizards. If some people could see through the magic circle engraved inside, this thing would be worthless. Moreover, 1 gold galleon can only be exchanged for 5 pounds. It seems too worthless. You have to know that there were millionaires on Blue Star in the S, not to mention in the UK. Although the exchange of Muggle currency for gold galleons is restricted, it still hurts a bit. 5,000 seems too little. Gold galleons are more popular in the wizarding world. I exchanged 1,000 gold galleons for Muggle currency. I am probably a fool among the many time travelers. I should have known better. 100 gold galleons would have been enough. After Llewellyn finished his mental activity, he said to the fairy, "This kind of ring is very complicated to make. It was also made by a very skilled alchemist in my family. The gems on it are also very rare. I don't have any extra ones. If we are destined to be together, I will consider it." The two fairies looked at each other and turned back to talk in a low voice. "Little wizard, what do you think of 1,000 gold galleons?" Llewellyn stared at the price-quoting fairy without saying anything. The fairy scratched his head awkwardly and said, "How about 2,000 fate?" Llewellyn rolled his eyes. "Then let's make it 5,000 fate. This is already our greatest fate." Llewellyn turned around and left without any regrets, but thought to himself, "Oh my god, these goblins are too rich." Llewellyn took a step forward and said, "Oh, that's not right. Why didn't the fairy call me?" Then he took 2 more steps, 3 more steps, 4 more steps. Why didn't the fairy try to stop me? Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? Finally, Rolling could not help but stop. The two fairies saw Rolling stop and smiled strangely. Rolling turned around and said, "If you can find another energy-rich gem, my Rolling Gandalf family should have a good relationship with you." The two fairies immediately took out a contract and wrote down the agreement without saying a word. Llewellyn was dumbfounded and muttered to himself, "I lost. I am still too young." But he added that I have to get the gem first. Of course. Once this magic contract is signed, no one can break it. Rolling read the contract carefully and signed his name. He said, "Before Hogwarts starts school this year, I will fulfill the contract. My name is Rolling Gandalf." "Okay, Mr. Rolling, you can call me Griphook. This is the gem you want." Llewellyn took the gem and felt the magical fluctuations inside. "It's a nice ruby. Very dazzling. See you next time, Mr. Griphook." After saying that, Rolling walked out of Gringotts. At this time, Xiao Ke said quietly, "What a cunning fairy. Everyone takes what they need. Anyway, we are not the ones who lose. It's just a matter of how much we earn. Monopoly is the way to survive." Chapter 18. Trading. Strolling through Diagon Alley. Walking in Diagon Alley, my eyes wandered around, as if I wanted to take everything in. Unconsciously, my sight was attracted to the other end of the street, where there were also many shops. However, unlike here, every wizard there seemed to be in a hurry, as if carrying some heavy mission or secret. Without exception, they pressed down their wide hoods, as if they wanted to hide their true faces and inner thoughts. Although he was full of curiosity, Rolling knew very well that the place was the legendary Nocturne Alley, a place full of mystery and danger. It was where all the evil wizards in the world gathered, and it was the center of all the taboos in the magic world. It is not only a paradise coveted by poachers, but also a paradise for dark wizards to indulge in pleasure. There, you can find all kinds of astonishing items. There are cursed alchemical products, rare and mysterious magical animal materials, and even twisted and deformed muggle skulls, etc., which can be said to be dazzling and all-encompassing. Faced with such an attractive treasure, Llewellyn could not help but feel yearning. He knew that if he could explore it deeply, he might find something forbidden about the soul. However, reason eventually overcame impulse. After all, this place is too dangerous, and if you are not careful, you may fall into an irretrievable situation. Thinking of this, Llewellyn shook his head helplessly and turned to the Broken Axe Bar. There is a portal between the mysterious and fantastic wizarding world and the Muggle world. The Broken Axe Bar located here is still bustling with noise. Llewellyn walked through the crowd without hesitation, without any intention of stopping. The moment he stepped out of the Broken Axe, a new feeling came over him, like a pleasant surprise after a long separation. Surprisingly, no one noticed when Llewellyn appeared here. He came quietly like a ghost, and it seemed that he had always existed in this place. The passers-by around him all looked hurried, each of them on their own way, and seemed to have no interest in this uninvited guest. Rolling knew very well that all this was because the Muggle repelling charm had taken effect. "This is the legendary Charing Cross," Rolling said to himself, and then slowly walked into the bustling crowd. The purpose of his trip was to find a clothing store so that he could change his wizard robes. As Llewellyn was wandering aimlessly, he suddenly noticed a sign standing by the road. On the sign were 3 powerful characters, Chinatown. Seeing these 3 words, an indescribable sense of intimacy suddenly came over him. For Llewellyn, who was in a foreign country and lived alone in the forest. This feeling was like finding an oasis in the vast desert, which made him feel warm and at ease. So, he involuntarily took a step forward and strode towards the direction full of familiar atmosphere. Before he even stepped into Chinatown, he saw Chinese people from afar. Is there a China in this world? Did he travel to another world, or was his soul reborn in the British magic world? This place has the same culture and the same bustle as the China in his previous life. Luo Lin couldn't help but feel dazed. When I came into this world, it was 2024 in China and now it is 1991. Rebirth is impossible. In the vast and mysterious universe, there is a fundamental law that is of vital importance and cannot be violated. The trajectory of any event that has occurred on the axis of time cannot be reversed. Even if someone could achieve such a seemingly magical feat as traveling through time and space, the places they could reach were limited to universes that are parallel to the reality we live in. The biggest difference between these parallel universes is nothing more than the speed at which time advances in each world. In this way, at this moment, I am indeed in a completely new world that is not the original one, but in essence it is just the year 1991 in another time context. As for the so-called rebirth, it is even more impossible to come true. Even if we make a bold assumption assuming that I can really be reborn in a certain timeline in the past in the same world, then the series of chain reactions triggered by this will inevitably lead to earth-shaking changes in all the things I have experienced. In this way, by 2024, there will be no trace of me in this world. This undoubtedly constitutes an unsolvable vicious circle. Thinking of this, Luo Lin was shocked and raised his hand to slap himself hard. Instantly, a burning pain came from his cheek, clearly identifiable, definitely not an illusion. He couldn't help but take a breath and thought to himself, it really hurts, I'm not dreaming. When we arrived in Chinatown and saw the delicious food, our mouths were watering. Even Xiaoke stopped pretending to be dead. His stomach was growling in protest, but there were always muggles passing by, so Xiaoke didn't dare to make a sound. After thinking it over again and again, Luo Lin walked into a suit shop. Hello, welcome, a voice of pure Chinese English came into his ears. Seeing the boss's homesickness was aroused again, boss, I can speak Chinese. Get me a casual suit. Hey, little boss, it's so tiring to talk about the Chinese monkey logo. Ha ha ha, people usually call me a child prodigy. My boss is from a coastal city. Just call me handsome. Yes, handsome. The people in Chinatown here are mostly from coastal cities. What kind of suit do you want? It will take about 3 days to tailor it. We also have ready-made ones. If you are in a hurry, we can change the size for you on the spot. Okay, boss, let's go with this navy blue one. Wow, handsome boy, you are amazing. This navy blue dress is definitely our favorite in our store. It looks low-key yet luxurious, and it also contains a unique charm. The handsome guy is really discerning. The materials used in this clothing are carefully selected and imported from China. Not only that, the lining inside is made of pure silk, which feels very delicate. Come, please wait a moment, let me measure your body proportions to ensure that I can provide you with the most suitable size. As he said this, the boss picked up a ruler and began to measure carefully. Chapter 19. Tai Chi. Not long after, the boss looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, sir, your figure is really great. It is no exaggeration to say that you are definitely a top-notch handsome man. Actually, to be honest, my family used to specialize in bone-touching fortune-telling, which is similar to what you call divination here. It's a pity that with the changing times, people no longer believe in this, so they had no choice but to switch to the clothing business. However, based on my many years of experience in bone palpation, your bone structure is perfect and standard. I believe that after wearing the clothes in our store, your temperament and charm will be more prominent." With a faint smile on his face, Luo Lin listened quietly to his boss's endless and serious nonsense. He knew very well that people who do business like this often like to talk nonsense and exaggerate. Although he was quite interested in the bone-touching technique mentioned by his boss, it was only at the level of curiosity. After all, things like fortune-telling have always been elusive. Knowing the result but not being able to change your fate, and not knowing the result makes you feel unhappy. It really doesn't have much practical significance. After the measurements were completed, Luo Lin moved aside and waited patiently. As expected, the boss showed extraordinary professionalism and completed the clothing modification in less than half an hour. At this moment, Luo Lin, wearing new clothes, looked just like a pampered young master from a prominent family, and he felt extremely satisfied with it. After the transaction was completed, Luo Lin walked out of the exquisite clothing store with satisfaction. He walked briskly, as if his whole body was full of energy, and walked straight to a Sichuan restaurant located in Chinatown. This Sichuan restaurant has a small facade, but it reveals a unique charm. Walking into the store, Luo Lin was attracted by the dazzling menu in front of him. The menu listed a variety of dishes, and each dish exuded an enticing aroma, which made him hungry. Among them, there are a wide variety of dishes with spicy, sour, and spicy flavors. For Luo Lin, who loves spicy food, these delicacies are undoubtedly a feast for the eyes and taste, making him salivate. Luo Lin ordered a private room without hesitation, looking forward to enjoying delicious Chinese food here. Not long after, exquisite Chinese dishes were brought into the room like flowing water. The delicious dishes were placed on the table, like works of art, making people unable to resist their temptation. Faced with such a sumptuous meal, Xiao Ke did not play dead. The two of them started eating quickly like hungry tigers. They devoured the food on the table like a whirlwind. However, even though they were already full, the feeling of satisfaction did not dissipate, and they felt that they were still not satisfied. After eating and drinking, Luo Lin took Xiao out of the restaurant. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Now, in order to exercise his body, he could only do radio gymnastics every day, but the effect was not very great. Besides food, the most talked about thing of Chinese people was Kung Fu. Now that you are in Chinatown, why not try to find some martial arts schools that teach martial arts? Whether it is the exciting The Legend of the Condor Heroes or the wonderful martial arts TV series by Jin Yang and Gu Long, I was so immersed in it that I couldn't help myself. Especially the Tai Chi boxing performed by Zhang Sanfan, who is known as the founder of Wudang sect, was even more fascinating. The boxing movements that flow naturally and smoothly like flowing clouds and water, as well as the changes in moves that contain endless mysterious philosophy, all make people amazed. And the popular formula. From Wuji comes Taiji, from Taiji movement comes Yang. From extreme movement comes stillness, from stillness comes Yin. From extreme stillness comes movement again. These words were engraved deeply in Luo Lin's mind like a brand and could not be erased. Whenever I think of this sentence, I seem to be able to feel a mysterious and powerful force surging in my body, inspiring me to pursue higher levels of martial arts. Perhaps only by personally experiencing the feeling of fists and palms intersecting and the overflowing energy can one truly appreciate the profoundness of Chinese martial arts and make one's body stronger. As he spoke, Luo Lin started to wander around here. On the way, he did see many martial arts schools, including monkey boxing, mantis boxing, and Hong family boxing. However, Luo Lin was only interested in Tai Chi. Isn't it said that Tai Chi can bring peace to the world, and Bajiquan can determine the fate of the world? Finally, Luo Lin saw a Tai Chi gym and walked in. Luo Lin couldn't help but exclaimed that there were only a dozen apprentices in 2s and 3s. Hello, little friend. I am the eldest brother of this martial arts school. My name is Chen Guang. Do you need any help? Hello, brother Chen, I'm here to watch you practice boxing. Is your gym owner here? I want to visit him. Looking at the cute child dressed elegantly, Chen Guang thought to himself that this was probably some young master from some family. Then come with me. After Luo Lin entered the back hall, he was immediately attracted by the middle-aged man. He was wearing Tai Chi training clothes, and his demeanor was calm and he looked very majestic and elegant. Oh! Little boy, what do you want to talk to me about? The middle-aged man put down the teacup and looked at Luo Lin with a smile. Luo Lin stepped forward and said respectfully, Hello, sir. I am very interested in Tai Chi. Luo Lin clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Seeing this, the old master also clasped his hands together to return the greeting. In Kung Fu, no matter how old you are, as long as one party bows, they must return the greeting. This is the rule. Little boy, are you interested in Tai Chi? The old master asked with a smile. Yes, I want to learn Tai Chi. Luo Lin answered firmly. Why do you want to learn Tai Chi? The old master asked. From Wuji comes Taiji, from Taiji movement comes Yang. From extreme movement comes stillness, from stillness comes Yin. From extreme stillness comes movement again, movement and stillness are the roots of each other. Yin is rooted in yang, yang is rooted in yin. From yin and yang combine, all things come into being, Luo Lin said lightly. Okay, my name is Chen Chuanyu, and I am the successor of Chen-style Tai Chi. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Master Chen, could you please demonstrate it to me so that I can broaden my horizons? Luo Lin knew that he was being a bit rude, but he still said it. Master Chen stared at Luo Lin, but he was not angry. He stared at him for a long time and saw that Luo Lin did not retreat at all. There seemed to be a little golden light in his eyes. He shouted, "Good boy, you have some courage. Today I will personally demonstrate Chen Tai Chi. Watch carefully." Chen Chuanyu stood upright, lowered his shoulders and elbows, held his chest and straightened his back, and his moves were like flowing clouds and water, combining hardness and softness. Luo Lin watched intently and sighed in his heart, how amazing. After the set of punches, Chen Chuanyu's face was not red and he was not out of breath. How is it? Chen Chuanyu looked at Luo Lin. Luo Lin sincerely praised, Master Chen, your boxing skills are really amazing. Then did you see it clearly? I see clearly, Luo Lin replied. Do you remember it? Master Chen took a sip of tea and said softly. I have forgotten half of it. Upon hearing this, Master Chen asked with burning eyes, how is it now? Only Chen Guang looked at him with a puzzled look. I've forgotten most of it. Master Chen became more and more excited. What now? I've forgotten all about it now. Okay, then you practice now. Luo Lin closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and let his breath sink to his danshan, as if he was gathering all the strength of his body. Then every movement seemed steady and powerful, as solemn as Mount Tai, every grip contained endless mysteries, just like the mysteries of the universe. Yin and yang blended with each other, the mysterious principles were revealed between movement and stillness, and the changes between speed and slowness were even more unpredictable. This is the result of Luo Lin's soul research. After a whole year of painstaking research, it can deeply imprint everything he has seen and heard in the deepest part of his soul, making it unforgettable. Just like when Master Chen demonstrated just now, the exquisite boxing skills instantly attracted Luo Lin's full attention. His powerful soul will remember these wonderful scenes firmly in his mind. Because of this, even though he knew it was a bit rude, Luo Lin still resolutely chose to do so. Because for him, this precious knowledge was too important and worth it to obtain at any cost. After the rehearsal, Luo Lin clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Master Chen was very excited but also had mixed feelings when he saw this. Finally he said, "Go away. There is nothing more I can teach you here." Luo Lin thought silently for a moment, then used magic to break the gem he got from the fairy into two, took out one half, and used magic to polish it into a round and flawless shape. He then handed it respectfully to Master Chen on the table and turned away. Master Chen watched silently without saying a word. Just as Luo Lin was about to leave the back hall, Chen Guang called out, "What's your name?" Luo Lin paused, said, "My name is Luo Lin," and left. "Master!" Chen Guang called out softly as he looked at his master, who was in a trance. "Write his name into the family tree." After saying this, Chen Chuanyu turned his back and left. Luo Lin left the martial arts hall and had no intention of going any further. He raised his magic wand high, and soon a 3-story night bus came to him. "Hey! Hello, young wizard! Where are you going?" A voice came from the front. Luo Lin looked up and saw the driver wearing a pointed hat sitting in the driver's seat and looking at him with a smile. "I'm going to Jurchen Road, thank you." Luo Lin replied politely. "Oh, Jurchen Road, no problem. The fare is 11 silver sickles in total, little wizard," the driver said as he stretched out his hand to take the silver coins handed over by Rolling. "Okay, let's go now," Luo Lin said after getting into the car and fastening his seat belt. Then, there was a buzzing sound, and the magic bus began to move forward slowly. However, not long after, it suddenly accelerated and rushed forward like a wild horse. Luo Lin held the handrail tightly, his body shaking constantly with the bumps of the vehicle. He tried to keep himself balanced, but the strong shaking still made him feel a little dizzy. What's worse is that this road doesn't seem to be flat. Sometimes it's so narrow that people can hardly pass through, and sometimes it's as steep as a cliff. Every time he turns and goes up and down, Luo Lin feels like he's being thrown out, and his stomach can't help but churn. Wow! Finally, Luo Lin couldn't help but let out a groan. He felt that the food he had just eaten was about to surge up his throat. Although this stimulating experience was exciting, it was too intense that he couldn't enjoy it at all. Fortunately, after a difficult journey, the magic bus finally arrived at its destination, Jurchen Road. When the car stopped steadily, Luo Lin breathed a sigh of relief and got off the car impatiently. He stood by the road and took a few deep breaths of fresh air, trying to calm the waves in his heart that had not yet completely subsided. Although this journey was full of thrills and discomfort, it was undoubtedly an unforgettable experience for Luo Lin, who loved adventure. Rowling didn't plan to visit the villas on Jurchen Road. He knew that there was a squib wizard named Mrs. Fig near Harry Potter's house, who was sent by Dumbledore to guard Harry Potter. He didn't plan to alarm Dumbledore yet. So Rowling found a hotel nearby and stayed there. Chapter 20. Regulus Black. After Rowling came here, he had a puzzle in his mind. Everyone said that Harry Potter accidentally became Voldemort's Horcrux. This is really incredible. You know, Harry Potter has a powerful protective magic of love carefully set up by Lily Evans. This protective magic is extremely powerful, and any evil and filthy things will never be able to get close to him. So the question is, if that is the case, how could Voldemort's broken soul fragments, full of malice and dark power, break through numerous obstacles and successfully invade Harry Potter's pure and flawless body? This mystery was like a fog that shrouded Luo Lin's heart, making him fall into deep thought. In the original series, Voldemort only created 6 Horcruxes, each with distinct characteristics. The accidentally born Harry Potter is the most special one, the 7th Horcrux. The number 7 gave Rowling a direction for his research. In China, the soul has always been a very special existence. Everyone has 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls refer to Taiguang, Xuangling, and Yujing, which represent life, wisdom, and spiritual power. Life is the length of life, wisdom is the memory of many lifetimes, and spiritual power is the strength of the soul. The 7 souls are human emotions, namely joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. From the moment he made the Horcruxes, Voldemort's temperament changed drastically. He became arrogant, angry, and bloodthirsty. This was probably one of the main reasons why Regulus Black betrayed Voldemort. Regulus Blackburn is an honest and obedient man who abides by his duties and treats the house elf Kreaker with great sympathy and gentleness. Sirius, on the other hand, didn't care and often regarded him as a lowly, humble and flattering inferior, and was afraid to avoid him because he disobeyed his parents and despised his family's eccentric and arrogant character. The 2 brothers have extremely different personalities. When Regulus Black was in school, Voldemort raised the banner of magic and force to restore the glory of pure blood and won over many followers. As members of a pure blood family, the Blacks shared the same ideals with Regulus, and he became his loyal follower, dreaming that one day Voldemort would lead them to regain the status that pure blood families deserved. No need to hide from Muggles. They despise Muggles and think they are supreme. Muggles are dirty mud. Because of the combination of feces and mud that can be seen everywhere in all the streets in ancient Europe, high heels were invented. This is also the origin of mudbloods. The combination of feces and mud is mudbloods. However, after Regulus followed Voldemort, he gradually realized a shocking fact: those Death Eaters frequently tortured innocent Muggles just to meet Voldemort's extremely horrific experimental needs. They mercilessly killed those pure and flawless magical creatures, and their behavior was simply outrageous. Not only that, Voldemort was even more reckless, killing innocent people and deceiving everyone. This series of evil deeds made Regulus begin to doubt the path he had chosen. Once, Regulus regarded Voldemort as the supreme idol in his mind, but now after a real close contact with him, he was shocked to find that this so-called idol was so cruel and vicious, and did not care about the life and death of his subordinates at all. Moreover, Voldemort seems to have an almost obsessive pursuit of immortality, and for this reason he often engages in various evil experiments. Despite his inner conflicts and struggles, Regulus always tried to comfort himself by saying, on the journey to success, it is inevitable to take some unknown means. One day, Voldemort made a special request to Regulus, a house elf. After receiving the task, Regulus recommended the honest and obedient Kreaker to Voldemort. He came to the Black Kitchen and said to Kreaker, who was busy, "Voldemort needs our loyalty. You must complete the task he gave you and return home safely." Following Regulus' instructions, Kreaker followed Voldemort closely and stepped into the mysterious and dark cave. The cave was filled with a suffocating atmosphere, as if it hid endless dangers and secrets. As they went deeper into the cave, they saw a huge lake as dark as ink. The lake was silent and reflected the surrounding gloomy rock walls like a mirror. Kreaker followed Voldemort carefully, step by step towards the center of the lake. Finally, they arrived at a place in the middle of the lake, where a stone basin filled with a poisonous potion was placed. Voldemort's cold and ruthless voice rang out, "Drink it!" There was no trace of mercy or hesitation, just a simple and direct order. With trembling hands, Kreaker obediently picked up the stone basin and drank the poison in it. The bitter and burning feeling instantly spread throughout his body, making him miserable. However, at this moment, Kreaker saw Voldemort take out a locket with a strange light from his pocket and threw it into the stone basin without hesitation. Then, accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, Voldemort turned and left, leaving Kreaker standing alone on this lonely island. Kreaker felt extremely desperate. He tried to shout for help, but his throat seemed to be burned by fire and he could not make a sound. Due to extreme thirst, he involuntarily stepped into the lake full of inferi. In an instant, countless pairs of pale and rotten hands stretched out, tightly grabbed Kreaker's legs, and desperately dragged him underwater. Terrifying scenes appeared before his eyes, and Kreaker's heart was filled with fear and helplessness. But at the same time, a strong desire to survive surged in his heart. He must survive. He knew very well that only by staying alive would he have the chance to return home, meet the kind and gentle Master Regulus, and tell him the good news that he had made great contributions to the Dark Lord. In Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter once asked Kreaker, "How did you escape?" Kreaker raised his ugly head, looked at Harry with bloodshot eyes, and murmured, "Master Regulus said he wanted Kreaker to go home." "Then how did you get rid of the inferi?" Harry asked in confusion. But Kreaker didn't seem to understand, and kept repeating that Master Regulus said he wanted Kreaker to go home, Master Regulus said he wanted Kreaker to go home. Even he himself didn't know how he got back home from the dark, cold cave with teleportation restrictions. The Dark Lord thought that this lowly and humble house elf would surely die at the hands of the inferi and no one would know the secret of his Horcrux. But unexpectedly, Kreaker escaped. After returning to the Black Mansion, Regulus saw Kreaker's miserable appearance and asked him carefully about what had happened. Kreaker then told Master Regulus what happened in the cave, how he sacrificed his blood to enter the cave, and how he drank a basin of poison in pain. How he watched Voldemort place a locket into the basin and the Dark Lord walk away with an arrogant smile on his face, and how he was dragged into the water by the inferi because of thirst. In Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter also asked Kreaker, "What did your Master Regulus say when you told him about it?" And Kreaker hissed, "Master Regulus is very worried, very worried." After saying this, Kreaker looked at Regulus expectantly, but to his surprise, he did not catch any trace of joy on Regulus' handsome and resolute face because of the elf's successful completion of the task. On the contrary, Regulus frowned slightly, his eyes revealing deep thought and doubt. At this moment, Regulus' heart was like a turbulent sea, unable to calm down for a long time. He began to have unprecedented doubts about the Dark Lord he had always followed unswervingly. Am I really on the right path? Can this leader, whom I regard as a god, really lead us wizards to fight against the entire magical world and overthrow the Wizard Protection Act? A series of question marks surged into Regulus' mind, making him extremely confused. Chapter 21. Slytherin in Pursuit of Glory. After careful consideration, Regulus felt more and more that the Dark Lord who was once feared and worshipped by countless people was actually just a cold-blooded, bloodthirsty, irrational, and stupid person. Those inspiring slogans that once bewitched people claiming to lead the pure blood families to restore their former glory now seem like nonsense. All of this was nothing more than a lie made up by the Dark Lord to win over his followers and consolidate his power. Thinking of this, Regulus couldn't help but feel chilled, and at the same time, he was full of confusion and anxiety about the future. Regulus had also seen the pendant in Voldemort's hand, which must be the Horcrux that hides the soul. Regulus told Kreaker to hide at home and not leave, then walked alone into the dark night after the broken faith and began his plan. The original book clearly states, after a while, one night, Master Regulus came to the cupboard to find Kreaker. Master Regulus looked very strange, not like usual. Kreaker could see that he was in a state of confusion. Regulus looked at Kreaker with firm eyes and gave orders in a serious tone, "Take me to that cave." Kreaker felt the determination in his master's words and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He hurriedly led Regulus towards the destination. After a difficult journey, they finally arrived at the island in the lake. Regulus took a deep breath, took out the replica he had prepared long ago from his pocket, handed it to Kreaker solemnly, and instructed. "Remember, no matter what happens next, you must not stop me. After drinking up the liquid in the stone basin, replace the real locket inside and do everything you can to destroy it. After finishing these, go home immediately, and don't tell anyone what happened today, not even the hostess." After saying this, Regulus clenched his fists tightly, as if to encourage himself. Kreaker's eyes widened in astonishment, but he knew his master's character and determination, so he could only nod silently to express his agreement. Then, Regulus picked up the cup of deadly poison without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, a strong pain came over him, his body began to tremble, and his face turned as pale as paper. However, despite this, Regulus still gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and drank mouthful by mouthful until the stone basin was empty. After drinking, Regulus walked step by step towards the lake. With every step he took, his faith in his family and justice became stronger. Finally, when he reached the lake, he could no longer hold on, and his body suddenly fell forward, and his whole body, along with his persistent faith, fell into the icy cold water. This tranquil lake became the resting place chosen by Regulus. Kreaker, who was standing by, stared blankly at what was happening in front of him, tears welling up in his eyes uncontrollably. How he wanted to rush over and save his beloved master. But the house elf's contract made it impossible for him to disobey Regulus's orders. So, with a heart full of grief and helplessness, Kreaker carefully put away the locket, turned around and slowly left, disappearing into the vast night. The only thing different in the locket is a letter that Regulus left for Voldemort. To the Dark Lord. By the time you read this, I will be dead. But I want you to know that I discovered your secret. I stole the real Horcrux and destroyed it. I am willing to risk my own life, hoping that when you meet your destined enemy, you will be a soulless walking corpse. Regulus's last letter seemed to carry all the emotions and thoughts at the end of his life, and the words revealed endless pride and deep helplessness. What disappeared with him was not only his body, but also the lofty ideals that could never be achieved. Facing the faith that he once believed in, but now was powerless to overcome it, Regulus felt extremely painful. However, despite this, he still holds a glimmer of hope. I hope that when you finally fall at the hands of the person who is destined to become your nemesis, I can also play a small role in it. But who could have expected this? Even Regulus himself probably couldn't have expected that Voldemort would have far more than one Horcrux. This shocking fact was like a bolt from the blue, hitting the hearts of everyone who knew the inside story. People who thought they had seen through everything instantly fell into great panic. They began to realize that this fight against evil forces was much more difficult than they had imagined. At this moment, Regulus' suicide note seemed to become heavier, as if foreshadowing that there would be more unpredictable challenges in the future waiting for everyone to face and overcome. In the final battle, the house elves of Hogwarts poured into the hallway in a mighty procession, and at the front, screaming and waving their table knives, was Kreaker with Regulus Black's locket hanging on his chest. Even in the noisy battlefield, Critch's clear cry could still be heard, "Fight, fight, fight for my master, the defender of the house elves, and fight against the Dark Lord in the name of the brave Master Regulus." From this perspective, to Sirius, his brother was nothing more than a cowardly, incompetent, and servile person. However, what is unexpected is that even the famous Dark Lord still believed it until his death. Regulus had died at the hands of the Aurors, and he remained loyal to him and was one of his steadfast Death Eaters. Little did they know that only Regulus himself knew clearly that he was actually the proud follower who was willing to sacrifice himself for his ideals. Once upon a time, Regulus was filled with joy and thought that he had met a great man like Grindelwald who could enable him to realize his ambitions. However, things went against one's wishes. Voldemort was not only extremely vicious, but also became more stupid and reckless after splitting the Horcrux, like a brave but reckless man. Regulus is undoubtedly a true pure-blooded aristocrat, a pursuer of temperament and faith. We come from the mire, we sing in hell, we are born noble, we crave power, we are full of ambition, we are strong and calm, we are elegant and self-sustaining, we never regret, we are always noble and pure, we are Slytherin. Are the 7 Horcruxes Voldemort's 7 souls? The most obvious one is that in the Harry Potter world, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley wore them around their necks in order to destroy Slytherin's locket. This caused the dark side of their hearts to gradually emerge and lead to a quarrel, which seemed to be the evil thoughts in the Seven Souls. However, unexpectedly, when Voldemort's residual soul accidentally merged into Harry Potter's body, the grown-up Harry Potter did not obviously express the evil thoughts that Voldemort had. This can't help but raise a question: could this remnant soul be one of Voldemort's 7 souls that contain love? People have always believed that Voldemort has no love at all, but is this really the case? In fact, everyone has more or less love in their hearts. Even if you just love yourself a little more than others, isn't it also a manifestation of love? Because love is like a scale that can balance all the malice in everyone's soul. It is for this reason that Voldemort will love himself more after splitting his soul. Back then, with Voldemort's powerful strength, it would have been easy for him to kill a baby in swaddling clothes, but he chose to do it himself, fearing any mistakes. He originally firmly believed that the child of prophecy would become a serious threat to him in the future, but he never expected that the baby in his cradle would actually cause his death. With doubts, Llewellyn hopes to gain something. During these 2 days, Rowling sometimes invaded his soul power into the bodies of some birds and small animals to manipulate them to observe Harry. Although there was no progress, Harry Potter was just a little boy and could only swallow his anger when being bullied by his cousin. Seeing this, Rowling had to say something fair. It is inevitable that people will criticize that living under someone else's roof is not good, but Harry's family is so rich that Dumbledore did not give them any living expenses for Harry Potter. This will only make Harry Potter despise himself even more, unless Dumbledore is deliberately cultivating Harry Potter's humble character. Although there has been no progress this time, Rowling has no intention of getting involved in Dumbledore's plan to train the son of prophecy. Who isn't an orphan? Humph. But it was not without results. In the past, Rowling had a theory on the study of the soul. Hypothesis 4: when 2 souls reside in the same body at the same time, can the abilities of both sides be shared, and will the original soul have more dominant power? In this observation of the small animals that Rowling manipulated with soul power in Harry Potter, it was proved that the soul in the animal is broken, and when a stronger soul power enters, its body will be controlled by the stronger soul power. Chapter 22. When you touch death, death touches you. Xiao Ke, let's go back. Aren't you going to observe the little wizard named Harry Potter? I feel a special energy in his body. Xiao Ke said seriously with his hands crossed on his chest. Oh? What energy? Rowling pretended to be stupid and listened. Could it be that Xiao Ke could sense the residual soul of Voldemort in Harry's body? Or the protective magic on him? Rowling also wanted to hear Xiao Ke's opinion. After all, he had been with Cullo Reed for so long, so he must have some experience. I thought you came here for the remaining soul in his body? Don't you know? There is a very weak soul fragment in his body, but it seems to be under some magic and will not be integrated into the soul of this Harry Potter. It's like a container. At the same time, because of the protective magic on Harry Potter, the soul fragment cannot grow. But if the soul of Harry Potter devours that soul fragment, it will not only strengthen its own soul, but it may also gain the knowledge in the soul. Do we still need to use the same magic circle used to complete the soul? If we really do this, then after the already broken soul is devoured, will Harry Potter still be able to maintain his original self? Will his personality change drastically due to the change of his soul, or even turn him into a completely different person? Absolutely not. Theoretically, if you want to gain the knowledge contained in the soul, it will inevitably lead to a change in your personality. Otherwise, how can the so-called soul inheritance be achieved? After all, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Xiao Ke responded decisively. Don't forget, the essence of the formation we used last time was to transform all the magic powers with different attributes into the purest energy, which naturally includes the soul itself. In fact, this is exactly the principle of the Philosopher's Stone. However, it should be noted that anyone who dares to touch the boundary of death will eventually be doomed to death, and it will also come to you. Rowling listened thoughtfully. Xiao Ke continued, in the distant Kurolido period, there existed such an evil magician with ulterior motives. He firmly believed that the soul was the source of all magic power, and only by possessing a strong soul could one obtain more powerful magic power. Based on this idea, the crazy magician launched a horrifying experiment integrating other people's souls into his own body. At first, he targeted muggles who had no magical talent and unexpectedly achieved a temporary victory. As time went by, his originally weak soul gradually grew stronger, and correspondingly, his magic power also increased rapidly like bamboo shoots after spring rain. However, the ravine of desire is never satisfied, and the magician who has fallen into madness did not give up. On the contrary, he became more and more eager to obtain stronger power. Thus, he turned his greedy eyes to those magicians, believing that the souls contained in their bodies must be more powerful and could grant him the supreme power he had always dreamed of. As expected, after a lot of hard work, the crazy wizard finally got what he wanted. He was reborn and became the focus of the world's attention. Everyone was horrified and gave him the bad name of Devil Wizard. Even the whole magic world was afraid of him and kept away from him. But at this moment, the great magician Clow Reed, who was invincible at the time, suddenly appeared. A thrilling duel was inevitable. Not only did the demon wizard not show any fear, but he arrogantly asked the opponent for his unique soul. Faced with such a powerful and difficult enemy, even the unfathomable Clow Reed felt unprecedented pressure and fatigue at this moment. However, it is an eternal truth that good cannot defeat evil. When the battle between the two sides reached a white-hot stage and the outcome was unclear, the evil wizard with ulterior motives suddenly seemed to go crazy. Countless jaw-dropping and complex expressions appeared on his face in an instant, hatred burning like a raging fire, anger rolling like surging waves, greed as deep as a bottomless black hole, desire spreading like a prairie fire, and endless humility, as small as dust. These many emotions intertwined together to form a distorted and hideous picture. At the same time, strange noises came from the evil wizard's body, like the howling of thousands of ghosts and the wailing of resentful spirits. It turned out that these were the cries of the souls of the innocent people who had been cruelly devoured by him. At this moment, all the negative emotions that had been pent up for a long time suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption. Finally, when Colorado used his supreme power to completely defeat him, countless souls regained their freedom, and they gushed out from the evil wizard's broken body and tore it apart with an overwhelming force. After this battle, Kurolido comprehended a new magic secret: through a specific formation, magic power and soul can be transformed into the purest source of energy. However, Colorado never revealed this astonishing discovery to the outside world. He just silently warned himself, for every soul, we should have a heart of awe. Because only by respecting life and cherishing the soul can we truly master the most powerful power in the world. The residual soul in Harry's body seems to be suppressed by a mysterious force, and his consciousness seems extremely weak. However, it is this special situation that may trigger an unprecedented wonderful symbiotic phenomenon. Rowling thought to himself, that's right. This is incredible. I didn't expect that even Harry Potter has mastered the magical skill of Parseltongue. He couldn't help but think of Malfoy's accidental mistake during the duel when Harry Potter spoke in Parseltongue. The faces of the surrounding little wizards showed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. At this moment, Llewellyn, who was standing here, knew the reason very well, but chose to remain silent. After all, everyone has endless secrets in their hearts, and some things are better not to be easily revealed. Then, Rowling deliberately pretended to be ignorant, grinned foolishly and said, "Oh, so that's it. I just heard of this famous savior of the magic world, and became curious, so I came here to see how he lives a different kind of life, he. There was an innocent look in his words. At this time, Xiao Ke interrupted, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he couldn't wait to suggest, in that case, why don't we go and taste those delicious desserts together? You know, desserts made by muggles often contain unique magic. Every time I taste them, I feel particularly happy. Let's explore it in depth, ha 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 ha." With cheerful laughter, Xiao Ke pulled Llewellyn towards the dessert shop, looking forward to the upcoming sweet adventure. "Of course, let's go, Xiaoke. A magic called happiness. I saw a muggle magic shop with donuts. Let's go and study it together." The two walked into the store and were dazzled by the variety of donuts. They all looked delicious. Xiaoke rubbed his hands excitedly. Llewellyn picked a chocolate-flavored donut, took a bite, and the rich chocolate flavor melted in his mouth. This is too sweet," Rowling said puzzledly. "Do the British like sweet things so much?" Xiao Ke picked a colorful donut covered with icing sugar. Xiao Ke took a bite and immediately spat it out. It was so sweet. No, it smells like the Clow cards. Llewellyn immediately stood up, looked around and asked Xiao Ke, where is it? It should be in the bakery inside. Rolling secretly took out his magic wand and shot the salesperson to sleep. Let's go. When I arrived at the baking room, I saw an elf performing magic on each dessert. It's the sweet Clow cards. Xiao Ke shouted. It was this sound that frightened the Clow card, and she turned all the tools into various desserts. Llewellyn looked at Xiao Ke speechlessly. Can't we sneak into the village and shoot with guns? Xiao Ke laughed stupidly and said awkwardly, haha, use salt. Rolling's sweet Clow cards are most afraid of salt. Rolling saw a large bag of salt on the table and immediately used his coral wand to cast a levitation spell, causing all the salt to scatter across the room and toward the Clow cards. Xiao Ke saw this and shouted, well done, Llewellyn. It seems that your control over magic power is getting better and better. It's just one step further. Keep a low profile. As all the salt was sprinkled on Tian's body, she suddenly wilted. Good opportunity. Clow card returns to your original appearance. Rolling took the sealing wand and sealed sweet. Then Llewellyn and Xiao Ke left the dessert shop. What an unexpected gain. I can have dessert anytime at noon from now on, Xiao said excitedly. Back in the magical world, Llewellyn and Xiao Ke flew in the sky and slowly soared towards the dark forest. Suddenly, Llewellyn felt a strong wave of magic. He looked down and saw a strange light flashing in the forest below. What is that? Xiao asked in surprise. Chapter 23. Azroth. Llewellyn drove his magic wand and flew towards the light. When he got closer, he found that it was an ancient magic circle, emitting powerful magic. This seems to be a forgotten magic circle. Rolling observed carefully. Xiao Ke's eyes became excited, maybe there is some powerful magic treasure hidden here. Just as they were about to approach, a huge three-headed dog emerged from the magic circle and pounced on them, growling. Rolling quickly cast a magic shield to block the attack of the three-headed dog. This guy is not easy to deal with. This is a class XXXXX dangerous creature, Llewellyn shouted. Llewellyn cast several attack spells in turn, but the three-headed dog with such high magic resistance had no effect at all. After all, his magic power was too weak. You can use music. Hagrid's three-headed dog falls asleep when it hears music. Llewellyn immediately turned the buttons on his clothes into recorders and started playing them himself. The three-headed dog gradually fell asleep after hearing the music and slowly closed his eyes. It seems that there is indeed some secret hidden here. Rolling stared at the magic circle, thoughtfully. Seeing that the three-headed dog had fallen asleep, Llewellyn and Xiao Ke walked into the magic circle. As soon as they stepped in, they felt a strong magical fluctuation. At the end of the light, they found a huge tree that reached into the sky. From the top of the tree, dots of green light emanated, like countless fireflies dancing around. It turns out to be a small world in here, Llewellyn said in surprise. It was unbelievable. Looking at the lush greenery and flowers everywhere, it felt like he had come to a sea of flowers. Llewellyn continued to walk forward. In front of him was a winding river, clear to the bottom. A wooden bridge on top was covered with moss. It seems that no one has been here for a long time, Llewellyn murmured. Suddenly, a thunderous and heart-shaking voice rang out, "Hello, stranger. Welcome to this mysterious Azroth. Apparently, you have successfully passed the severe test set by the terrifying three-headed dog. Any evil wizards who have malicious intentions and attempt to set foot here will be ruthlessly crushed by the ruthless space teleportation array and thrown into the endless space turbulence. However, from you, I feel a fresh, pure, and flawless breath. Now, please tell me, what is your reason? And why did you embark on this wonderful journey and land here? Hello. I'm really sorry, I can't seem to see your true face. My name is Gandalf Rolling. It's a coincidence that it was purely an accident that allowed me to hypnotize the ferocious three-headed dog, and thus I arrived here by chance. He responded with a slightly surprised tone. Oh? So that's how it is. Perhaps, this is just the ingenious arrangement of fate. Just as you can see with your own eyes now, I am standing before you. The voice came again, with a hint of mystery. In front of me? Could it be that, you are the towering tree in front of me? Llewellyn asked in disbelief, his eyes wide open and his face full of suspicion. Haha, wise little wizard, that's right. I am the tree of life in this vast forest, a great existence that protects this land. The voice seemed to echo in the air with a bit of pride and majesty. Great tree of life, how long have you been guarding here? Llewellyn asked respectfully. Time flies and I can't remember the exact time. I have witnessed the rise and fall of this land. The tree of life said with emotion. Llewellyn's mind moved, and he decided to ask the tree of life for some secrets about magic. Respected tree of life, I have encountered some confusion in my magic practice. I wonder if you can give me some advice. The tree of life swayed its huge and luxuriant crown slightly, as if in deep thought. After being silent for a long while, it slowly spoke in a low and magnetic voice. Magic is like a boundless and deep ocean, full of endless mysteries and unknowns. To truly understand its true meaning, one must have an insatiable heart and keep exploring and trying. However, the key to all this is not just the accumulation of skills and knowledge, but more importantly the unshakable belief and deep love for magic from deep in the heart. It is said that this place was once ruled by a mysterious tribe called Druids. They were closely connected with nature and could be said to be the darlings of nature. At the same time, they also formed their own unique insights into magic with their outstanding wisdom and insight. Ordinary magicians might simply release the magic power stored in their bodies, but Druids have long seen through another level, that is, to skillfully use the power of various natural elements in the surrounding environment to cast magic. At this moment, standing here, don't you notice the unusually strong smell of grass and trees in the air? Yes, these are the unique grass and trees elements of this land, and they are constantly transmitting energy fluctuations from nature to us. Druid? Then why does it seem that there are no living creatures here? Rowling asked puzzledly, while closing his eyes and carefully feeling the surrounding plant elements. It was a pure energy, pure power of plants and trees. Llewellyn waved his staff to let the power of plants and trees around him gather towards him. Dots of green light appeared from the surroundings and formed streams of plants and trees, surrounding Llewellyn. At this moment, Rowling's body underwent strange changes. His eyes shone like emeralds, and his hair turned green and grew like a waterfall, falling down to his lower back. Yes, it is the faith of the caster. Llewellyn tapped his wand and muttered, "Would elves obey my call?" A little green light appeared, and a palm-sized green elf suddenly appeared in front of him. With the appearance of the elf, the surrounding flowers and plants became more vibrant, and seemed to be growing. Llewellyn stopped gathering the energy of plants and trees, and his body returned to its original appearance. The only special thing was that there was a vine-like mark wrapped around Llewellyn's wrist. Llewellyn felt the strong power of plants at his wrist and stared at it with a puzzled look on his face. "Don't panic, little wizard. This is Azrotha's affirmation of you. No matter where you are, pour magic into it and you will come here." Although Druids are the darlings of nature, they are very warlike. Sometimes they transform into giant bears, sometimes into giant wolves, sometimes into giant bulls and other ferocious forms to fight. Because of their warlike nature, they have never produced a great druid to lead them, and with the death of the last druid hundreds of years ago, there are no more druids here. And I am the tree of life of this druid tribe. Every druid has a tree of life, and new druids are born nearby. But my magic power is constantly draining away, and I no longer have the ability to give birth to new druids. So that's how it is. It's really a pity. Thank you for your teachings. I will keep it in mind. Rowling said sadly. At this moment, the tree of life emitted a dazzling light, and a seed containing powerful magic power fell into Rowling's hands. "Little wizard, don't feel sad for me. Although my vitality is draining away, it is still possible for me to outlast you. The lifespan of your wizards is only 200 years, but I have been guarding here for who knows how many 200 years. This is a gift for you, the seed of the new tree of life. Make good use of it. I hope you can become an excellent magician." Rowling held the seed tightly. Suddenly, a vine slowly stretched out from the tree canopy with a card on it. "Clow cards!" Llewellyn and Xiao Ke shouted loudly. "Oh! You guys really know each other. I sensed the same magical power in you. So it's called the Clow cards. What a nice magic item. I'll give it to you." Xiao Ke said to Llewellyn in surprise, "This tree of life must be a very powerful creature. Even I can't sense the aura of the Clow cards." Llewellyn took it and saw the word tree written on it. It turned out to be a tree clow card. Thank you for your generosity. I was indeed looking for the lost clow cards. I accidentally let them get lost. It doesn't matter, fate always has unexpected plans. However, when they turned to leave, the magic circle suddenly shone with a strange light and wrapped them tightly. After a dizzying moment, Luo Lin and Xiao Ke found themselves back in the magic world, but the original magic circle could no longer be displayed. Chapter 24. Hogwarts Acceptance Letter. Luo Lin and Xiao Ke looked at each other. This trip was really beneficial. I didn't expect to learn such a new and unique magic system. This is really an unexpected surprise. What made people even more ecstatic was that they had successfully found the 2 clow cards, Tree and Sweet. Luo Lin's face was full of joy, and he could hardly suppress his excitement, and his voice unconsciously rose an octave. Xiao Ke on the side was equally excited and kept nodding in agreement, yes, yes. This is simply a great luck. We will have endless desserts to eat in the future, Xiao Ke also echoed. I think the reason why the tree card appears here is that it must be attracted by the powerful and rich power of plants in the Book of Life. This power undoubtedly has an irresistible charm for the tree card. Luo Lin analyzed with a wise light in his eyes. After saying that, he patted the pair of wings behind him that were shining with a faint light, and his figure instantly took off into the air. Flying in the air, Luo Lin was like a bright star, emitting a dazzling brilliance. He continued to fly freely in the sky. Soon the dark forest appeared before their eyes, surrounded by dark fog all year round, which formed a sharp contrast with Azeroth. The thick fog seemed to be a disguise of the dark forest. Luo Lin and Xiao Ke flew over their valley and saw an owl holding something in its mouth, hovering over the valley. The owl also noticed Luo Lin's arrival and immediately flew towards him. Only then did he realize that it was a letter. Could it be the admission letter to Hogwarts? Otherwise, who would write a letter to themselves? The owl flew in front of him and urged Rolling to take the letter, and left without looking back. It seems that the owl was disturbed by the protective magic circle of the wooden house. It couldn't sense the existence of the wooden house and got angry. Luo Lin thought to himself. Looking at the envelope in his hand, it clearly said Hogwarts admission letter and a large icon consisting of a lion, a snake, a honeypot, and an eagle. Rolling returned to the cabin with the admission letter. I opened the envelope and it said, Dear Mr. Rolling Gandalf, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and teaching materials. 9193/4731. Vice Principal, Female. Minerva McGonagall. Sincerely. The second one. List of books and teaching materials required for first-year freshmen. Uniform. 1 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2 a plain peaked hat for daytime wear, black. 3 a pair of protective gloves, made of dragon leather or similar material. 4 a winter cape, black. Please note, all student clothing must have name tags. Textbook. All students are required to prepare the following books. The Standard Book of Spells by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic, Magic Theory, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Thousands of Magical Herbs and Their Classification, Magic Pharmacies and Potions, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, A Guide to Self-Defense in the Dark Arts. Other equipment. A magic wand. A crucible, standard size 2. A set of glass or crystal vials. A telescope. A brass balance. Students may bring 1 owl, cat, or toad. Special reminder to wizard parents. First-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. It turned out to be the Hogwarts admission letter. I finally got it after waiting for more than a year. Luo Lin excitedly handed the admission letter to Xiao Ke, his eyes sparkling with joy. It seems that we have to take some time to go to Diagon Alley again. Before that, we have to prepare the deal we promised to the goblins in Gringotts. Yes, Rolling, but this time you need to try to carve the magic circle yourself. I think your magic power is more than enough to control it now. Xiao said encouragingly. Of course. Luo Lin responded confidently. He took out the half-broken precious gem from his arms without hesitation, with a determined light in his eyes. He held the wand tightly in his hand and whispered a mysterious spell. Every syllable was full of power and magic, as if awakening the dormant magic. At the same time, his flexible fingers kept waving and gesturing in the air, as if he was drawing an invisible picture. His movements were smooth and skillful, and he seemed to have a precise grasp of every detail. As Luo Lin continued to release magic power, a complex and gorgeous magic circle gradually appeared in the air. This magic circle flickered with a faint light, and the lines were intertwined, like a fine work of art. However, Luo Lin was not satisfied with this. He continued to mobilize the magic power in his body and continuously injected it into the magic circle. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, but his eyes were still focused and firm. Gradually, the light of the magic circle became brighter, and the lines became clearer and clearer. The entire space seemed to be shrouded by a powerful magic power, which made people feel an incomparable majesty and shock. In less than a moment, the entire magic circle was formed. But Luo Lin did not stop, instead he began to use his unique skills to continuously compress this huge magic circle. He concentrated his mind and carefully controlled the flow of magic power, making the magic circle gradually shrink until it was perfectly engraved into the interior of the gem. At this moment, an amazing scene occurred. The originally calm ruby suddenly seemed to be given life and began to tremble slightly. As the magic power in the magic circle operated, the huge energy contained in the gem began to flow slowly, surging like a rushing river. Under the influence of this powerful force, the shape of the gemstone also quietly changed. At first, it showed an irregular prism, but gradually, those sharp edges became softer, and the whole gemstone became more round and smooth, exuding a charming luster. After completing the first step, Luo Lin raised his wand again and tapped it in the air several times. Instantly, a strong green light gushed out from the top of the wand and blended with the surrounding air. It turned out that this was the magical power brought by the plant elements and the tree cloud cards that Luo Lin had realized. With the blessing of the tree cloud card, Rolling closed his lips and whispered softly, "Tree elves in nature, please listen to my needs and condense a ring for this gem." His voice was low and solemn, full of awe for the power of nature. After the magic was cast, a simple yet gorgeous ring floated in the air. The gem that was originally half the size of a fist was reduced to the size of a paper cover, which made it even more charming. And its ring can really be called. It is neither copper, iron, nor steel. The emerald green color makes it more spiritual. It seems not to be made of plants. Luo Lin feels it carefully in his hand and finds that it is made of the essence of plants. It shows that it is more and more precious. Luo Lin couldn't let it go, and his mental power probed into the space inside, which was no less than the space ring on his finger. This was his first work. Chapter 25. Old Biden Dumbledore. Giving this to the goblins is really a bargain for them. No, I'll give them what I have and keep my debut work for myself. Luo Lin thought so and did so. Soon the contents of the two storage rings were exchanged. Xiao Ke watched Luo Lin's actions and admitted that Luo Lin's magic power was no longer as weak as when they first met. With the blessing of natural elemental magic and the cloud cards, this ring did seem to be a little better than the one he made, just a little bit. Xiao Ke calculated and thought. In the following time, Luo Lin practiced Tai Chi every day. Sometimes it was centered and comfortable, sometimes it was light and round, sometimes it was gentle and slow, opening and closing in an orderly manner, and sometimes it was a combination of hardness and softness, moving like flowing clouds and water, continuously. At this time, Luo Lin had already reached the Hinayana of Tai Chi. As the school starts soon, Rolling and Kuro plan to go to Diagon Alley to buy the supplies they need for school. With a whoosh, Rolling and Xiao Ke once again dropped from the sky to the gate of Gringotts in Diagon Alley. "Oh! Long time no see, Mr. Rolling. I have been looking forward to your arrival here. My supervisor, Mr. Griphook, and I are waiting for your visit every day." Looking at Rolling falling from the sky, the gatekeeper fairy stepped forward to greet him and said flatteringly, "Yes, I was in a hurry last time and didn't ask for your name. You can just call me Gora, dear Mr. Rolling. You know, Gora, that the process of making a magic ring with storage function is very complicated. Fortunately, it is finally completed, so I came here. Let's go in together." "Yes, yes. Come in, please." Rolling walked into Gringotts again and saw that there were surprisingly many wizards inside today. As soon as he stepped into the second door, Rolling saw a big guy in the distance. Could this be Hagrid? This is such a coincidence. I deliberately delayed the time to come to Diagon Alley, but I didn't expect to encounter the scene of taking the Philosopher's Stone. I don't want to have too much contact with Harry Potter, so I'd better replace such a bond with Draco Malfoy. Following Gora's guidance, he kept walking forward, and finally stopped beside Hagrid. He saw a little boy with a slightly red face staring at Hagrid, while Hagrid was constantly rummaging through his pockets, muttering to himself, "Where's the key? I remember putting it here." Griphook on the high table was becoming more and more impatient, staring at Harry and the others, and Harry's face was becoming redder and redder, as if he was embarrassed. Griphook's eyes were no longer fixed on Hagrid. He suddenly saw Rowling out of the corner of his eye and said loudly, "Oh! Great Gringo, the founder of Gringotts, under your guidance, my dear Mr. Rowling, you have finally arrived." Griphook jumped off the platform and walked forward to hold Rowling's hand affectionately. Llewellyn immediately pulled his hand back. After all, the fairy's hands were not beautiful and had no feel. "Good day, Manager Gripping Ring. I am here as scheduled for the spirit of the contract. Let's take a look at the goods we traded this time." Llewellyn took out the space ring, which was the one he used to wear. Hagrid and Harry Potter were keenly aware of the goblin's unusual behavior, and they both turned their eyes to Rowling. At this moment, Hagrid's hand, which was about to take something out of his pocket and put it on the counter, stopped abruptly, and instead stared at Rowling with curiosity and doubt. Harry Potter's eyes were fixed on the little wizard in front of him. He was wearing a grey wizard robe and a pointed wizard hat, and his shiny black hair fell on his shoulders like a waterfall. His skin, as white as snow, is as smooth and delicate as porcelain, exuding a unique luster. The most eye-catching thing is his eyes. When he smiles, his eyes are like crescent moons, full of warmth and affinity. But when he was serious, he was like a star twinkling in the cold night sky, revealing a deep and resolute strength. Under the straight nose, his lips were a light crimson, which made him look particularly charming. As time went by, Harry Potter felt his heartbeat speed up, as if an invisible hand was gently plucking his heartstrings. This wonderful feeling made him excited and a little overwhelmed. From the moment Rowling took out the ring, Griphook's eyes were fixed on it, and he took the ring with both hands. "That's right, Mr. Llewellyn, it's for the supreme spirit of contract. In this case, our deal is officially finalized. Then, Mr. Rowling, do you plan to store the remaining golden galleons in our famous Gringotts?" Griphook said, his little eyes flashing with undisguised greed. Llewellyn muttered to himself, "Humph, there is no interest to be gained by depositing money with you," but on the surface he still replied calmly, "Of course. After all, everyone knows that Gringotts is the safest and most reliable place in the entire wizarding world." In fact, Rowling was as clear as a mirror in his mind. He knew very well that even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could he be so foolish as to put all his eggs in one basket? When he heard that Rowling was going to deposit the money into Gringotts, Griphook's face, which was already full of smiles, now smiled even brighter than a blooming flower. Although it was just a simple account transfer and went directly into Rowling's private vault, as long as these riches did not leave Gringotts, it was equivalent to them still staying safely in their own territory. Thinking of this, Griphook could not help but be overjoyed and secretly delighted. Griphook returned to the counter and continued writing on it, "Mr. Rowling, do you have any requirements for vault number? Is there a vault with 8? I prefer it." "Oh! Of course, you see how 888. It couldn't be better." Griphook arranged for Gora to go to the storage and handed the key to Rowling. "I hope to trade with you again. Of course, you know the production process is very complicated. If there is a next time, I will definitely come again." Rowling did not intend to make too many rings for the magic world. First, scarcity makes things valuable. Second, if he made too many, someone might be so smart as to copy them and that would be the end of him. Third, Rowling was really not interested in money now. "Looking forward to your next visit," said Poolfook flatteringly. At this time, Hagrid finally found the key. Seeing Rowling turning around and leaving, Harry finally couldn't help but ask, "Hello, are you Rowling? Are you also a student of Hogwarts? My name is Harry Potter. Can I meet you?" Harry couldn't wait to give his name and try to attract Rowling's attention. After all, Harry knew that all the wizards seemed to respect him after coming to Diagon Alley. When Llewellyn heard this, he thought helplessly, "Finally they called me. Who made me so handsome and the chosen one? The son of prophecy and the chosen one? Ha 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 ha." Llewellyn couldn't help laughing and turned around. When Rowling smiled, Harry's neck seemed to turn red. Looking at the slightly red-hot Harry Potter, he exclaimed in his heart, "Oh! This tolerant country!" At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and there was an even more shining ruby ring on his finger. Griphook was drooling when he saw it, and kept exclaiming, "It's so beautiful! It's so beautiful!" At the same time, he imitated the greetings that the wizards in the Broken Axe in the movie said when they first saw Harry Potter, and pretended to be excited and said, "Rolling Gandalf, are you the famous savior Harry Potter? Welcome back to the wizarding world." Rowling also wanted to tease Harry Potter. After all, he was a little boy. Although his cheeks were a little thin, he still looked well behaved. Seeing Harry's ears turn red, Rowling couldn't let him know that he had secretly observed him, otherwise if he really became gay, there would be no Ginny Weasley. Rowling was secretly fantasizing. "I'm a freshman at Hogwarts, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, Rowling, too. Can I call you that?" Harry stretched out his right hand and shook hands with him. "Of course." Rowling saw the glasses on Harry Potter's nose tied with tape, and took back his right hand and picked up the wand. He tapped his nose and said, "It seems that your glasses are broken. Do you need help?" "If I may, I want to say thank you," Harry stuttered a little. Rowling clicked his wand in the air and a beam of light shot out and flew towards Harry Potter's glasses. With a click, the spell restored the glasses. Rowling put away his wand, turned around and left, saying, "See you at Hogwarts, Harry Potter." Harry Potter was still marveling at the wonder of magic when he heard Rowling's voice. When he came to his senses, Rowling had already walked out of Gringotts. Harry Potter said weakly, "Actually, you can call me Harry." "What did you say, Harry?" "What a great little wizard," said Hagrid. "Oh, nothing much. Did you find the key, Hagrid?" Of course. Hagrid blinked his left eye. Rowling breathed a sigh of relief after he left Gringotts. Harry Potter lost his parents when he was young and never felt the love of his father or mother. He also grew up in such a cruel uncle's house. He was very inferior since he was young. In a country where gay culture is very popular, Harry is not really gay, is he? Dumbledore, Dumbledore, you old biddin, this is not your bad taste, is it? Rowling suddenly got goosebumps when he thought of this. I hope I am overthinking it. Arrive at Flourish and Blott's bookstore and step into it. Hello, Mrs. Green. Long time no see, little Rowling. Let me guess, are you here to purchase the magic books needed for admission to Hogwarts? Mrs. Green said confidently. As wise as you are, Mrs. Green. Haha. I've prepared it a long time ago. I've put together everything that the first-year wizards need. After all, as you've seen, there are more wizards enrolled in Hogwarts recently. We've classified them in advance. Okay, Mrs. Green. How many galleons? After the transaction was completed, Rowling walked out of Flourish and Blott's. Looking at the shopping list, let's go to Madame Malkin's robe store.